Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to give a brief overview or summary of the Roblox terms as well as other legal documents. Now these things are very important, and it's good that any developer at least takes a brief look at these things so that they can protect themselves and also have a wholesome and effective developing experience, okay? So in order to reach the Roblox terms, first you need to find yourself in the support page, which is this right here. You can get to this page by clicking the help button on the official Roblox website. It'll direct you here. And what you need to do is you need to scroll down to the bottom, and on the bottom bar we have terms of use. Go ahead and click that. That will take us to this page. Let's go ahead and get an overview. So let's click the legal documents, and this takes us to the list of all the different major areas where you get the legal documents. So you have the titles here, and you'll get a bunch of information as you click them. So let's begin here. Let's start off with a very important one, the Roblox terms. Okay, here you have an overview of many different things. So here's the introduction, and you'll notice that the next bold print is the Roblox terms, right? And you see the number 1 next to it, which indicates this is kind of the first section. You have the second section, and so on, and then you move on to the next topic, right? So let's begin here. So you get an introduction with the Roblox terms, okay? It gives you an idea of what Roblox is trying to communicate to you as a developer and as a player. This is what they want you to understand so that you can use their services, because you have to remember everything essentially belongs to Roblox, whether it's a creation or whether it's a game. They belong to Roblox essentially, and they are allowing us to use the service. And it's important that we understand the rules that they've set in place so that we don't get in trouble as developers or as players. We don't lose our accounts, we don't lose our progress, our games, because it would really hurt to go so deep into a project and figure out that it's breaking some term and gets banned or something. That would be awful for anyone. So let's protect ourselves. So here in the Roblox terms, you have a fairly long list of many important things. You know, it's mentioned something about Robux, the economy. You've got things like the Digital Millennium Act, which goes into copyright, which is really important to understand. Intellectual property again. Okay, so that's essentially things that creators create, you know, or in other words, UGC, user-generated content. That's what developers make. Okay, that's what players experience, is that UGC from the creator base. All of it ultimately is owned by Roblox. Okay, so again, user terms. I highly recommend that you at least look at these points. You've got the green bullets here that indicate sections, and just kind of it helps you understand. Okay, for example, go up to the top. We're let's see. Intellectual property, right? So all these bullets are about intellectual property, etc. So it's kind of well organized and pretty easy to navigate. Again, it's really important to you don't have to read every single word, but it's important to know what's in here, right? There may be things pertaining to you specifically that you really need to know, like third-party notices. Well, some developers work with third parties, right? Restrictions, disputes, you know, this is what happens. Sometimes it can get pretty complex, right? So let's move on to the next section. Let's go back here. We have another important topic, Roblox privacy and cookie policy. Okay, so this is privacy. This is all about you. This is about the player base. This is the privacies that Roblox promises us. Okay, and I invite you to look through it and understand what Roblox does, and information sharing, and things about you. You have things about minors or children, things like that, rights, etc. And let's move on to another very big point, very big. It's the Roblox community standards. So this is essentially the standards for the community for how to comport yourself, how to play, how to act, how to conduct business, all of that. You have safety, child endangerment. Okay, it's serious. We should care about that. We have terrorism. These very kind of extreme things that happen. Threats and bullying. This is more common. I'm sure you see this all the time. You have pretty major things to look out for, and things that Roblox cares about, and Roblox also hopes that you as a developer care about, or just as a player care about, right? Profanity, integrity, spam. So it kind of gives you the overview of what Roblox expects you as a player or developer to abide by. You have advertising, economy, again, security, um, directing users off platform. So there's a lot to consider, especially when it comes to younger players, children. Roblox considers anyone 13 or younger to be a child by definition. So there are more regulations that are involved with younger players, and it's important to understand this to be an effective developer. And again, just a player. Here we have it. So I'm going to go over some of the less frequent things pretty quick. This is just a Roblox dictionary, short and sweet. It gives you definitions of, experiences, interactive content, games, events. So that's what experience is. Disputes, things like this, privacy policy, Roblox. What is that? What is Roblox? We'll tell you right here. So these are pretty interesting and useful to know. Very useful to understand the language that is used. Okay, we have the developer exchange. Now, this is frequently called DevX, and it's a very popular topic because it allows a developer or a player to exchange 30,000 Robux for approximately, let's see if it specifies here. I believe the dollar amount, let's see if it specifies. Hold on. I believe it's 105 or $150. So imagine 30,000 Robux gets you US dollars, 105 to 150, something like that, which is very useful for people trying to monetize, trying to create some kind of a living or supplemental income or a primary living. Like if you consider YouTube creators, a lot of times their primary income that pays the bills, etc., is that money that they make from their content, right? Roblox kind of gives you an opportunity here to also make money. You can exchange 30,000 Robux for a certain US dollar amount, which is somewhere in the 100s. Okay, um, that's very useful. And it's, I advise you to exercise judgment in determining how much of your Robux you want to exchange, how much you want to invest, how much you want to spend. That's all up to you. But here's an option. Another thing I want to mention is a couple of years ago when I first downloaded Roblox Studio, it was advertised that the top developers made they made millions of dollars per year with their Roblox creation. So that's something to consider when you want to perhaps monetize on your creations. Let's move forward. Let's see, we have Roblox name and logo. So this is important information that Roblox wants you to know. They have this little on Roblox symbol here that you can use on your pictures and videos and stuff. They do not want you to use their official logo with that tilted O there. They do not want you to do that. So it's important to understand this because you don't want to receive like an email or some sort of ban notifications, and you don't understand why. Well, it's good to understand and empower yourself with knowledge so you protect yourself and your creations from unnecessary penalties. Let's move forward. Here's the biometric privacy notice. It's about biometrics, so they scan your face. In some cases, they talk about retina scanning and just things like that. That's what biometrics are. And they just give you a little bit of information about that. Let's move forward. We have general health notice. So this is involving things like seizures, dizziness, nausea, and it mentions the importance of looking for these. Sometimes these things can be induced or caused by experiences, whether it's flashing lights or extremely loud noises. It can cause these negative reactions. Sometimes it's important to be aware of that, especially as a developer, because if you consider your player base, you might want to consider if they're prone to having seizures or things of that nature. Because if you make a game that is very has lots of flashing lights and loud sounds, you could, in theory, potentially cause a seizure. And that's something to consider when developing the intensity of your experience, right? It's important to consider the health of your players and their happiness, things like that. Here we have the Roblox accessibility statement. So this is about accessibility. So people who have disabilities, they might be deaf, they might need special ways to input information. It's for them, and it's useful again if you're developing an experience. Consider, some of your players might be blind or deaf, and it's good to accommodate them. All right, advertising standards. It's pretty self-explanatory. Developers like to advertise their games. There are two major methods of advertising within the Roblox platform. It is through ads that you can create images and things like that, as well as sponsorships, where you see the sponsored games in the search results, things like that. It's kind of an automatic thing where with an ad you have to create an ad and then upload it, and you'll see it somewhere on the side. It's a really good way to get your game known, but it's also important to understand the rules set forth so that you don't get in trouble. Certain things like sexual content, let's be real here. Violence and gore. Obviously, we don't want to promote these things. We don't want to display them. That would increase the likelihood of getting banned dramatically. So please consider these things. Consider that some of the people watching these ads or viewing these ads are really young, and do you really want to have graphic content that's disturbing or inappropriate? Probably not. Let's move forward. We're almost done here. Just a few more. These are kind of, quick and easy. You can see Roblox rating integrity. This is about, we display likes as well as dislikes and give you a percentage. This is essentially, and tells you that they try their best to mitigate bot votes and make it to be a genuine number rating, right? The percentage you can trust somewhat. Uh, Financial and facial, not financial. So this is facial animations. This is the details about facial animations. It's a relatively new technology, really cool. SMS, so text messages and things like that. Very simple. We have creator analytics. This one's kind of a big one. It's short and sweet, but it's basically about you agree, blah blah blah, pertaining to your analytics, the graphs and the bars that show the progress of your game and the player base, things like that. We have promo codes, gives you details about promo codes, as well as within your game. If you want to promote or create a promo code for a certain event, maybe it's a big event, and you want to have a code to give your player base something to enjoy. That's perfectly acceptable. All right, there's just a few more. Law enforcement. Okay, so if there's a legal dispute or the police want to investigate something, it's for them. Really, it's not too much for us. But again, it's good to know. Using licensed music. Okay, Roblox offers, I believe, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of free songs. It's totally cool to use them within your experiences. So it's a very nice library that developers can access. Okay, two more. This is just California, know your rights. Okay, it's pertaining to those who live here, and the Digital Services Act. Okay, so this is essentially Roblox, what they do to give numbers and analytics about their platform to major international organizations like the EU, right? It's what they do for the EU. So it's not really pertaining to us, but they disclose that information. So again, I encourage you guys, I invite you to come look at these legal documents under the support page. You come here to the Roblox terms, legal documents, look through this stuff. I know some of it can be extensive, it can be long, but there is vital information that you as a developer, or as a player, of course, really need to know to ensure that your account is safe, to ensure that you can have a longevity. You don't have to deal with banned accounts, you don't have to deal with legal issues, things like that. It saves a whole lot of strife, and it empowers you to know how to really have an effective game or just play effectively, right? Well, I hope you guys found this video informative, and I would ask that you would subscribe if you will. That'll really help me out, and feel free to like and leave a comment. Just let me know what you think. I wish you guys a very safe and productive Roblox game experience and developing experience, and I will talk to you guys later. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to discuss the very basics of Roblox developing, and that is downloading Roblox Studio and navigating the menu of Roblox Studio. So, for those of you who don't know, you need a laptop or a desktop computer at this point when I'm recording the video. You need a computer, not a mobile device. A computer to download Roblox Studio. So if you have a laptop or a desktop, you are in luck and you have the ability to download Roblox Studio for free and use it. So the first method of downloading Roblox Studio can be found if you open the Roblox app on your computer. So the application. You'll see here on the bottom left this download button. It's the blue icon, which symbolizes Roblox Studio. As you well may know, the Roblox symbol is gray or silver. The Studio button is blue. So that means you can make your own games here. So you would click this button and then download it. Remember, it's free, it's trustworthy, it's from Roblox. So a second method you can utilize to get this download is to go to create.roblox.com, go to the Creator Hub at create.roblox.com, and you'll see there's this nice button to get started in Studio. So you would just click this button and go through the steps to download it to your computer. Alright, so what I want to do is briefly launch the application. And at the moment it'll upgrade. This happens sometimes. It upgrades and then it gets you right into Studio. So in order to log into Roblox Studio, you need to use your normal Roblox username and password, and that's how you log in and things like that. So here we are. This is the main menu here. So the first button you'll see on the top left is the plus button or new, and you have all these templates. Okay, this is all of them. You have these specific categories, and so when you play Roblox, you might see a lot of these templates. You've probably seen them before in one place or another. Some of them are new, some of them are not. Like these, for example, are pretty realistic. So you can expand on them and kind of make them your own, or you can start off with something like a base plate, right, where you just kind of start from scratch. So this is where you might want to create a new game. Here's some templates for you to get started with. The next button here is My Games. So we have group games, which would involve all the groups that I'm highly ranked in, that I have permissions to edit their games. I'm not going to really show them because it's a bunch of other people's games shared with me. Same thing, people might want to allow me access to develop their games, and you might find them here. Okay, so here's my game, and you can change the way that you look at them, the format, whether it's a list or a grid. And because my game has many places, I have to click on it again and then view the 4 places, and then I can select which place I want to edit. Okay, and then the next button is recent. So these are games you played recently or developed recently. And again, I'm not really going to show these because I have a long list of kind of useless or games I don't really care to show. And then you have your archive. So as far as I understand, you're not really able to delete a game, but you can archive it. You can take it off of the Roblox search and make it invisible and archive it here. So then you can change the name or delete everything and end up having just a skeleton of what you had. And here is the tour. So if you wanted to, if you're like completely new and you just want some basic information, Roblox has a pretty cool tour for you to get the basics and just get started. So A couple extra things here. You have your login, you have user notifications like updates and things like that. There's an info button that takes you to documentation so you can get more info. And of course the file, so you can navigate and open saves or go to the beta features and update studio settings and all that good stuff. So there it is, the absolute basics. If you don't have Roblox Studio, you can get it through the app on your computer, or you can get it from create.roblox.com, where you can just download it for free. And it's a wonderful app to have. You can open it with your Roblox credentials and go ahead and create your own experience. So I invite you guys, if you haven't done it yet, if you're just a player, I invite you to try developing and see if you can create something awesome, or if you have some awesome ideas to share with the world. Alright guys, if you do create something awesome, go ahead and share it. Go ahead and like, comment, and please subscribe if you want to see more tutorials or other cool content. Alright guys, I wish you good luck in your developing endeavors and have a great day. Bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to give a brief overview of the creator dashboard. So if you go to create.roblox.com, you will be at the Creator Hub, which is not the focus of this video. This video, we're focusing on the dashboard. So if we can remember that word, the Creator dashboard. So I'm currently under my profile here, and the first thing you can see are the creations. I have my experiences, I can access events, avatar items, development items. But in this case, I want to focus on the creation that I have built on Roblox. This is my experience. Okay, so here's the overview. Okay, we got some analytics, some insights, things like that. Okay, I don't want to go too deep into analytics. I made a video about that, teaching about analytics. So there's this button here to edit in Studio. I can go straight to Studio. I can view it on the Roblox website. So you'll notice here below overview we have a few categories. So these buttons are here with the arrows. You'll notice they won't do anything, but it will. These are the categories. So you'll notice, right? We'll start off with configure. All right. So under configure, we have the settings of this experience. All right, this is the title, and this is the description. You can edit directly here. You can change whether or not the game is set to public or private. Okay, things of that nature. All right, and then we have the places associated with the experience. So in my game, I have 5 worlds, and you can see they're named here. The name of the world here is actually Intella, but because it's the starting place, it takes the title and the icon of the entire experience. So then we have the 4 other planets: Paradoxica, Infernius, Vidrinox, and Prismatica. So here you can see, okay, we have our individual places. Let's start off with a different place. Well, let's start off actually here. This is the main starting place, and you can notice this is the icon. Okay, this is what they see on the surface when you sponsor your game. This is the first thing they see. It's that square icon that represents your whole experience. And then here are the thumbnails. So this is important to remember. You can upload up to 10 thumbnails. You can see I have done 10. And so you can also upload here a video for 500 Robux. So a video you have on YouTube or whatever, you can have that for your thumbnail. You can upload multiple videos. Okay, so keep in mind these are the formats you got to work with. And so we have these additional things like access, maximum players per server is 200. Roblox optimized. Here's the version history, so a list of all the different versions that I uploaded, and you can actually revert or restore. So as you can see, I'm currently on version 1137, so that means I've updated this game or this place over 1,000 times. And you can see if I made a mistake here, we can go back 4 days into the past and we can restore. Okay, we can restore the game back to this date, or if we need to go further back, depending on how far back you need to go, you can restore your game back to that version. Okay, this is permissions, things like this. Place copying, allow users to download a copy of this place. I have not allowed that. Okay. Things like that, allow all gear genres, gears, whatever. So this is the starting place, but let's also look at an additional place. So this is Planet Paradoxica. This is another place within my experience that you can teleport to. So I can adjust the icon. You can notice it's default, so it would just use this icon when you teleport. You'd see this, but you can upload individual thumbnails for the individual places. So when you teleport to Paradoxica, you will see this thumbnail as it loads. Okay, so it's the unique thumbnail for that specific place. You don't see it on the main game page. It's when you teleport. Okay, so again, with all of the individual places, you can change the version history and all that. Okay, so we have permissions here. Like this is for assets. And usually the assets that you own are the ones you can change permissions on. We have analytics. So again, I'm not going to go too deep into analytics, but this is the analytics section. We have retention, engagement, acquisition, and audience. And then you have the graphs that you can look at to notice your progress over time in these areas. Again, I made a video on analytics. I encourage you to try look at that if you want to learn more about these specific things, which is very important. Again, monetization will be given more graphs, kind of like the analytics. Developer products, okay. These are for now. I have donation buttons, but many people have things like purchase power-ups or purchase currency. Those are the developer products we're talking about. Then we have game passes. We can add our game passes and change the icons for those, the pictures. We have avatar items, okay. So things are selling clothes or whatever, subscriptions. This is if you're adding those paid subscriptions. For example, Slap Battles has a VIP, which you pay $2.99 USD every month to be a part of that VIP group. You can make that purchase within Roblox. So if you want to have paid subscriptions, this is where you do it. Okay, these are engagement payouts, so like um, um, premium payouts, things like that. So monetization. So we'll go back and recap. This is overview. All right, configure with its categories, analytics with its categories, monetization, making money with its categories, game passes, all that good stuff. So here we have monitoring, so we have performance, so we can see in real time, how many people are playing, and it tells you, okay, on computer, blah, 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 and you'll get your graphs. Here's the error report, okay? So you'll notice here within the error report, you'll be given, so for example, there's been a spike in errors on this particular day, and I would want to, there are further details here. And I would want to investigate that. Okay, so I don't want to go too far into detail with that because it's kind of personal information, but you can utilize that for your own experience. Okay, we have memory stores with monitoring, activity history, so things like that. So here's the audience. So let's jump to the audience. Okay, access settings. All right, let's see what we've got. All right, let's move on to communication settings. All right, let's see. So this is strong language. It's something to do with 17 plus. You can adjust that. Okay, allow strong language for 17 plus. It's a new feature. This is questionnaire that you can help Roblox, I believe, understand your game a little bit better. By filling out this questionnaire. Localization has to do with translating. So if someone speaks Chinese and they are playing my game, which is coded and written and everything is in English, they can get translations here. Okay, so they get, again, the next category is engagement. Okay, so here's social links. You can adjust social links. Like I have my YouTube link, there's Discord and Roblox group, you have Guilded, whatever you want, you can add to your game page and all that. We have updates that you can announce, notifications that you can announce, and this is new. My community, it's referencing to Guilded, so Roblox is advertising how Guilded is a very useful app for creating a community and connecting with your community, launching, having announcements, having calendars and Roblox integration. So I might look into this further and see what's going on here, what the hubbub is all about. Now let's see. Now we have badges, of course, so you can update your badges that you award to players. Okay, and then down here on the bottom we have promotion, we have advertising, so you can do those ads, the banners or the towers or the little squares on the bottom that you see when you're playing Roblox. But we also have sponsorships that I believe there are new sponsorships where you can pay real money, or you can use Robux to sponsor your game, where when you're searching, you'll see within the search results there are some sponsored games in the results. Okay, so again, this is the creator dashboard of my personal profile. Of course, I can also come over to my group and look at the dashboard for my group, adjust clothing items, experiences there. So again, I'm under my profile. If you want, you can go under your groups and make adjustments there. So a quick recap once again. Just to summarize before we end the video here, we have the overview, we have configuring, okay, so we have adjusting settings, places like the title and whether it's public or private. We have analytics, which is super important. Okay, so checking how your game is performing over time, monetization, all about making money, develop a product, monitoring the performance, error reports, memory stores. We have the audience, okay, so translations, access, communication, engagement, the community, social links, updates, all that good stuff, badges, and promotion, which is advertising essentially. So this is the creator dashboard. It's an extremely useful place to be when you are making these adjustments to your game. Many people I have found don't really know much about the creator dashboard, so when it comes to uploading thumbnails or creating badges or whatever, there's a lot of confusion there. So I invite you to explore this. Remember, it's create.roblox.com on the internet browser, create.roblox.com, and then you have your dashboard right here. Okay, of course you have the main page, the creator hub, and all this extra stuff like the talent and the forums, but we're focusing on the creator dashboard where you have the power to adjust all these things about your experiences, your group, things of that nature. So I want to leave it right there, guys. I encourage you, if you have any, additional questions, go ahead and let me know. I'm all about answering those. Go ahead and subscribe. Okay, I do a lot of developer guides. I do a lot of content videos, game contents, reviews, all that good stuff, original music, and so on and so on. So I want to leave it right there, guys, and I want to wish you a great day, and I want to wish you luck in your endeavors as you create awesome experiences or whatever it is you choose to do on Roblox. All right, guys, have a nice day. Bye-bye. Hi, guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to explain the basics of the Roblox Studio buttons and the layout of what Roblox calls the ribbon, which is this right here, and then the 6 tabs associated with this ribbon. So many people, when they begin developing or they first download Studio, it can be a little bit intimidating for them to see all of these different buttons, and it's kind of hard to understand what they do at first. So that is the purpose of this video. I want to explain what all of these buttons do. I won't go into too far detail because that would call for a very long video. I just want to go over the basics and help you understand just the overall layout, and I encourage you to experiment with what the buttons do, play around with them, and learn. That's one of the best ways to learn, is just by doing, playing around, messing around, and of course watching videos like this. So the first thing you'll notice at the very top is this file button, which with a lot of computers and a lot of programs, I'm sure you're familiar with the file button. So it allows you to do basic things like open files, save, publish to Roblox, and you have game settings, studio settings, beta features, and other things like that. That's the main core menu there. But then here you have a few buttons. These are like quick action buttons, so if I wanted to save real quick, I can just click this button, or if I wanted to run the game, things like that. And you clicking this little button here allows you to adjust what is here and what is not. So you can add more or subtract more of these quick action buttons right here in the upper left. Then, moving forward or moving to the right, you have these 6 core tabs in this ribbon. So the very first one that I already have open is the Home tab. And you'll notice the associated buttons and sections here that you can do in the Home tab and the Model tab and so on and so forth. But let's start off at the very first tab, which is the Home tab, which has a lot of the basic primary features that you might use as a developer. So when you're in a tab, here again, this is called the ribbon, and we're in the Home tab. All right, this is the main functional interface for developing. You'll notice this is kind of the core of your operations, kind of like a spaceship has its command center or all the controls. These are your controls, okay? And this is, if you can learn your way around these buttons, then you can get a really good head start to really creating a game effectively. So here we are. This is a Home tab. And within each tab, you have sections right here. You'll notice they are divided by these black lines here. These are the sections. So it's kind of like different things. So for example, each section, here's the clipboard. Okay, here are the tools, and these tools are associated with, for example, moving models. You have scaling, so making it larger, smaller, rotation, things of that nature. Then the next section, divided by these lines, you have terrain. So if you wanted to open the terrain editor and start sculpting grass, mountains, trees, or hills and rivers, you do that with the terrain editor. You can generate terrain as well. I have a video on that. So you'll notice here are this. Let me just list the sections here for you: clipboard, tools, terrain, insert, file, edit, test, settings, and team test. So if you can condition yourself to identify the different sections here. Oh, this is the insert section, right? So what do I insert? Stuff from the toolbox, okay? Insert individual parts, okay, if you wanted to do that. And insert a new user interface element, right? Okay, that creates its own new tab if you do that. But going back to here, you'll notice the next section here is file. So for importing 3D models from our computer, like from Blender, for example, have it on your computer, import it directly in the studio. Here we have edit. So here we can edit the colors, okay, things of that nature. You can edit the material, and here's the new AI material generator. So here, if you want to anchor these models or lock it, all these different functions for these models or parts are here at your disposal. Under the test, it's kind of self-explanatory. We have the 3 different test functions: play here, which is just playing exactly where the camera is, and then run, which is no one's actually in the game. It's just the world is simulating on its own. You don't actually play it, you watch what happens. And here are the game settings. It's self-explanatory. I have to save the Roblox, but this is where you can adjust game settings like icons, thumbnails, description, and other things. Team test, okay. So this is all that's contained within the Home tab. And again, there are 6 core tabs. So just remember the 6 tabs, and then each tab has its own menu, so to speak. It's different sections for whatever it is you want to accomplish. Okay, tools for the parts, terrain, inserting stuff, importing stuff, editing stuff, testing, settings, etc. These right here on the bottom will be very helpful if you can remember to look at these words here to help you understand what you need to do. So let's go ahead to the Model tab. This is the next one. Here you'll see the tools again. So we had tools here, and then we have tools again. It's just in a slightly different layout, you can notice, right? Here we have the transform button. You don't really see it here, do you? But under model, you do see it. But you see the select, move, scale, select, move, scale. they're all here just slightly different, so it can throw some people off. They're like, oh, these are two entirely different buttons, they're new buttons. No, it's the same thing. You have tools, except you have an extra button here, the transform button. Just remember that some things are repeated, so it's not a complete nightmare, right? So here with model, we have snapping to grid. I have a video on snapping. Okay, all of your buttons for that is here in this section, divided again by these black lines. Moving into the next section, we have the pivot section, right? We have the alignment tool section. Okay, we have parts again. Again, we can insert a new part just like we did with the home tab. All right, so you'll notice under edit we have the same buttons and the same buttons here. Instead of telling you anchor, you'll notice there's just the anchor symbol. So again, a lot of things are repeated here, and it's not a complete nightmare. If you learn what these things really are, it becomes very simple. Here again, under model, we have solid modeling, so creating unions and negating, separating. I have a video on that as well. And here is the rather large section, the constraints. You'll notice the long list of constraints. And in the future, I intend to make videos on these various constraints. I did one on the weld constraints, which are very, very useful. So there's that section. We have gameplay, effects, okay, the spawn. Here we have advanced, so advanced stuff like for models, inserting stuff, services, collision groups, and scripts. So a little bit advanced. Anyone can tell you that if you're working with scripts, that's a bit advanced. Okay, and then the next tab, let's move to the next tab, the third one, avatar. So here again, you'll notice tools, okay? Again, so 1, 2, 3 times we have the same layout, the tools. So try not to get too intimidated when you see, oh my goodness, there's so many buttons. Well, it's a repeat, so just chill out, I guess, and don't worry. So here we have snap to grid again, okay? Snap to grid, snap to grid. And here's what's unique with Avatar. We have the accessory buttons, create an accessory or an accessory fitting tool, importing stuff, rig builder for building rigs and creating joints so that you can animate them. Here is the Avatar preview and the animation editor, which I use, and I'll make a video on that in the near future here for animating. Okay, and this is what I use currently. Let's move on to the next tab here. Alright, here is the test tab, and we have it's self-explanatory again. Here we have the test section. Here we have, it's called simulation, but you know, you have the 3 test functions here, buttons, and then clients and servers, so you can emulate clients and server behavior with multiple players. And here's again the emulation specifically. So if you want to test out what it looks on various devices, you'll notice, okay, iPad, iPhone, if you want to test that out for emulating. Okay, that's a whole different subject to delve into further, but let's move on. Here's emulating a player and audio. So as you can see, we're kind of almost done here. So that giant beast of all these buttons that some people get very intimidated, some people quit just because they're so overwhelmed, right? Seeing what's all of this. It's fairly simple. A lot of it is repeated, and we'll notice here we are almost at the end. Here's the view tab. All right, second to the last. The view tab is about what you view. So here you'll notice on the far left we have Explorer. Okay, the Explorer where you have your workspace, your terrain, all your different things like starter pack, starter player, GUI, lighting, all that good stuff. Sound service, text, chat. All that here is in Explorer, and what goes hand in hand with the Explorer is the properties. So if I select, for example, this block, you'll notice the properties of the block. It's green. Here's more data. It's not transparent. Here's the size, etc., etc. Okay, so these are very important elements, and we're in the View tab. You can adjust whether or not they are visible, and as you well may know, you can adjust. You can adjust the size of each one of these boxes, or you can place them here on the side, on the bottom, etc. So let's go ahead and remove them from view. Okay, and here are a bunch. It's a cluster of buttons, but if you hover over them, that's another important thing to remember. Hovering over buttons will give you information. Go ahead and use that information, especially here the properties. You'll notice again, you get information. So, what does locked mean? Determines whether building tools in game can manipulate this part, and so on and so forth. Really important to remember. Hovering over things gives you information. That's good for navigating and learning your way around Studio. But anyways, back to this ribbon here. So hovering over these small buttons, you'll see, and this is a topic for another video, the Asset Manager, where you can import items like images, import audio, import whatever. Here you have the output. Let's see, there you go. Performance, find all, terrain editor. So you'll notice repeat again, terrain, toolbox, script analysis, task scheduler, so on and so forth. Okay. Again, these are all super useful. I encourage you to explore these and remember where these are and what they do. So, for example, if you need to look at the output, okay, which is really good for debugging, really good for testing scripts and testing how the game behaves. Remember, here's the output. There's the little button. It's in the View tab. So it's good to train your mind, train your brain to remember where the buttons are, how, the little pictures, what they represent, and things like that. And you will become familiar with it, especially if you put the effort in and you really try to commit it to memory. So let's move on to actions. Currently, we have this set to full screen. You can change that to minimize the window. Here's a screenshot. Here's view selector, wind direction, things of that nature. Here are the settings, and again, these are kind of useful. Here's the wireframe rendering, so you'll see all the polygons associated with this sphere. You'll notice because of limitations with graphics and whatnot. This is not a true sphere. You'll notice straight lines right on the edges. Straight lines meaning you'll notice these are the different polygons. It's not a perfect sphere. It's certainly not. But anyways, here's the grid material you can add to the parts, things of that nature. Switch windows. So if you have multiple studio windows open, like you're playing or you're developing 2 games at once, switch windows and it'll do exactly that for you. So this is selection style. Again, stats. So stats are like things you can see, active statistics about how the game is performing, physics, rendering, all that good stuff. Okay, so useful data. This view tab is very important, very critical. This models, again, a lot of useful stuff. Avatar, test, here's the home, which has a lot of repeated buttons from the other tabs, remember. So here is the last button, or the last tab, and its ribbon. You'll notice it's called plugins. So when you download plugins, from the toolbox or wherever you buy them, plugins will appear here. Okay, I've downloaded some rig editors. This is the reflect tool, which mirrors things, and so they're all here. And the more plugins you download, the more you'll see this kind of propagate and get more full. So that's pretty much the summary here. I encourage you not to be intimidated at first, but to empower yourself with knowledge and understand. Here, look how much space this takes. The tools, it's repeated once, twice, 3 times, so it takes up a lot of space, and it's not that scary when you understand what it is. They're not all different buttons here. Anyways, before I end this video, if you look at the very top and you keep going to the right, you'll notice there are a few more buttons up here, right? So this button that you firstly see here is the ability to hide the ribbon. Okay, it gives you more space in the window when you're operating, especially when you're sculpting terrain or you're working or whatever it is, or you're taking screenshots. Removing the ribbon here can be pretty useful, and you can still access the buttons if you do this. So for example, if I wanted to add a part, okay, as soon as I add that part, you'll notice you can click away the ribbon like that. But if you hit this button again, there it is, the ribbon is there to stay. So it depends on what it is you're trying to accomplish. If you want more space. On that note, depending on how many things you have open all at once, it can cause the main developing screen to be kind of small, right? You'll notice it is only a sliver, and it's kind of hard to develop when all you have to work with is this. So it's good sometimes to clear up that space. If you don't need those things open, go ahead and give yourself more space to work with. Alright, moving on to the next button here. This is just notifications, important or news, whatever. The collaborate button for team create. If you want to add someone, give them permission to play or to develop your game, here's the collaborate button. It's all about team creation and all that. This is web help, so this opens up a website to get help about Studio if you ever need that, okay? And this is to share, and here of course is your username, and it's if you want to log out or add an account. So that pretty much sums up this lovely ribbon, as Roblox calls it. This is the core operating interface control panel of Studio. Here's where it's at. You open up windows according to your heart's desire from here, and you can also close them and edit it to your heart's desire. That pretty much sums it up. So again, I encourage you guys to not be intimidated by if it appears complex. Go ahead and experiment, test the buttons. Don't be afraid to just see what buttons do just by clicking it, right? So feel free to comment. Let me know how things go. If you have questions or how things went for you, I'm curious to hear about your projects. I'm curious to hear about questions and concerns. If you liked it, found the video informative, go ahead and drop a like. And please don't forget to subscribe, because that will really help me out and encourage me and all that good stuff to continue to produce quality content for you. I have a strong desire to teach you guys. I have a strong desire to create awesome stuff, and it's very encouraging when I see that support, when I see people actively putting that effort in to help this continue on and continue better, right? The more people that support, the more motivated I am. That's just the reality. Many people are like that as well. So I'll leave it at that. If you guys have any further questions, again, go ahead and drop a comment. If there's a guide you want to see, go ahead and leave that suggestion. All right. I wish you good luck in your developing endeavors, and have a great day. Bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to this video. In this video, I want to discuss saving your projects within Roblox Studio. So there are a few things to consider when trying to effectively save your project or an experience or a game. There are multiple places to save it, and that's something that we're going to talk about today. So first and foremost, when you're creating your game, you're going to want to, as a foundation or as a basis, you're going to want to save your game to your computer. So you want to make sure that there is a file with your saved data on your computer, so that in case something happens, at least you can pull it up from that file. So you want to start off by saving it to your computer. And so the way you do that, any kind of saving, you go up to the top left corner here and you select File, and you'll notice all of the magic that we're going to discuss today is essentially right here. On the top we have saving to the file, okay? And in my case, I go to save my game, save to file as. I have it named Workshop, and its location is my desktop, so I will find the file on my desktop. When I start the computer, I can see it right there on kind of the home screen of the computer, right? You can save it to other places, right? You can save it to files, documents. You can save it to many different places on your computer. But I have chosen to save it on my desktop because it's easy to click on it, easy to see it, and I can continue working in a GIF, right? So I'll go ahead and replace it because, it's the same thing. So I saved it to my computer, but it is not saved to Roblox. I have not yet saved it to Roblox. And when I go to save it to Roblox, that's when I save it to the actual Roblox Studio. So when you log in and you see your creations, you will see this game show up when you save it to Roblox, right? So the difference between saving it to a file is you're saving it to your computer, your personal computer, your device, for ease of access. And then when you want to take the next step, when you're trying to upload assets or images, audio, things like that, and you want to make sure it's available within Roblox, you save it to Roblox. But that does not mean that your game is live and published and ready to go. It just means that within the Roblox Studio database, your game is there. So even if you lost your computer, you can still log in with a different one, and you can come and open that Roblox file from Roblox and continue working on your project. So again, the difference between a file, saving it to the file, is your personal computer. Saving it to Roblox, you're saving it to Roblox's database or their computers. And the third step here is publishing it to Roblox. So when you want to publish your game, okay, that's when you update any live servers or any live versions of your game that you or the public can access. So, for example, when one of your favorite games that you play, when they shut down and there's an update, it's because the developer published their latest work to Roblox, and sometimes that shuts down the server. So I'll go over it again just so that we can kind of recap. Saving it to file is to your computer, which is really, really important, and it helps you launch your project quickly from your wherever it is you store it on your computer. Saving it to Roblox is a little bit can be more secure because it's on Roblox's database, but I highly recommend you save it to both regularly, so it's more secure. And the third option here, when you feel like the updates or the game is ready to receive an update, you publish it. Or if you're gonna launch it for the first time, this is what you do: you publish it, and that launches the game and puts it so that people can discover it. So one more thing I wanted to briefly discuss before I close this video is if we go to Studio Settings and we go to Auto Recovery, this essentially is auto saving, and you can set how often Roblox Studio will auto save your project. Right now I have it set to 100 minutes. Every 100 minutes it will auto save, but I currently have it disabled because I save pretty often here. But I recommend if you don't save often, or if your computer is prone to crashing, enable this so that you can recover any progress that you might have lost. So that will save an auto recovery file to Roblox. It won't really mess with your computer file. So whatever you want on your computer, make sure you save it to your computer. And I have a quick button here. I can easily save it over and over again. You can see it says saved, and it just in an instant. You can do it every few minutes. You can do it every hour. Just remember to do it, or enable that auto save, auto recovery option there. Again, let's go ahead and just give you a shortcut here. If you want to use the key command to save to your file, just do Command S, and that will save it. You can customize that too. So I just wanted to give you guys a brief overview of saving your project to ensure that it's safe, to ensure that it's in multiple places on your computer, it's on Roblox database, and when you're ready to publish those updates or publish your game for the first time, you know what to do. So I appreciate you guys watching, and feel free to comment, feel free to like, feel free to share whatever you want to share, and I wish you the best of luck in your developing endeavors. Have a good one. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to talk about testing your game. So, as a Roblox developer, testing your game, or sometimes called play testing your game, is a very important part of the development process. When you test your game, you are looking for things that are functioning properly. You are also looking for things that are functioning improperly. And when you actually play the game or test it or run it and see what happens during the actual simulation, that's when you can more easily identify any issues. So if you are creating a game and all you do is build, but you never test, then there's a very high chance that when you publish the game, it's going to be full of errors, and glitches, and bugs that are going to need to be fixed right away, which will involve testing. So it's important to test frequently and ensure that things work out well. So you might be wondering what all of these shadows are. And in reality, it is thousands of capybaras suspended above the camera or my head here. Because we are not testing the game currently, they will stay in their position until I start running or playing or testing the game. Keep in mind they are not anchored, so the gravity engine here will drag them down. It will rain capybaras. But how would I know the way it would work if I don't test it? That's the key. I want to find out. So when it comes to testing a game, you're given a few options within Studio. So let's come up to the Home tab, and on the bar here we have a button called Run. Currently it's set to that. But if you hit this little arrow down here, you're given a few options. You're given 3 options. The first option is that you play in as if you were playing the game and you were logging in. You would start at the spawn point from the beginning. If you select this button, play here, then you will play exactly where the camera is located. So the game would start running right here where I am. And the third option is to run the simulation. So I want to explain the differences. Number one, we're going to run the simulation, which it is very important to remember what these different testing functions do. When you run, you can see there's a little camera symbol here because you're mostly observing what happens. Your avatar is not in the equation. You're just watching, and you can move around and you can see what happens. So let's go ahead and test this button. Our first test, let's run the simulation. Let's take note of what happens. Of course, gravity is pulling the capybaras down, and you'll notice that you get to move the camera around, you get to see what happens, you get to be right in the thick of the detail, you get to look up and see what's happening above. There's a lot going on here. And when you run the simulation, you get to see from many different points of view, which gives you a little bit more freedom. One thing to take into consideration is that the more things you have going on in your simulation, the more it's going to strain the processors of your computer. So if we take a look down here, I have the useful function of looking at the frames per second, and we can see the frames per second go up and down according to the strain of the computer. So when you're testing a game, it is important to look, well, how fast is it running? Is it really dragging down the computer? Is this something that I think my player base or the people that play my game would enjoy? Is it worth it? If the strain is too big, you might want to consider reducing the number of parts and things happening, or if it's okay, you might have room to add more. So that's something to take into consideration, and this is running the simulations. Again, you're running it. One thing I want to tell you about is that when you are testing, okay, you can see that there's the option to stop. That it's currently running and you're testing. Okay, when you make changes, for example, if you delete some of these capybaras, then those changes that you make actually won't affect the game itself. When you stop the simulation, those capybaras that you deleted will go exactly back to where they were. So keep in mind, when you want to make changes, you generally should stop the simulation, stop the test, and then make those changes. But again, that when you're running the simulation, when you're running the test, it is cool to add things or subtract things as it's running. Just keep in mind that it won't really affect the saved file. So when you stop the when you stop running it, stop the test, those things you added or subtracted or changed would then be reversed. So keep that in mind. It's important to remember. If you want to make changes, make sure you're not testing at that time so that they save, right? So the next testing function I want to discuss is the play here. Okay, so let's go ahead and try it, and let's see what happens. The difference here is that when you're playing, you're actually engaging in the experience as if you were playing it. So you can kind of see what's happening. You can hear the footsteps. It's like you're actually playing the game. And one thing I want you to take note of is that the physics doesn't work the same as it does when you're running. You can see many of the capybaras are still suspended in the air, even though they're supposed to be falling. And this behavior is very unpredictable, and it really depends on the strength of the computer. Again, there's a lot that needs to be simulated, and so many times things that are farther out, you can see the capybaras in the distance are frozen, whereas the ones right next to me are still moving. And that makes sense. That is logical, and that's what happens when people actually play your game. This is more like what would actually happen and what they would actually see. So keep that in mind. It's dramatically different from what they would see when you're running it. Let's go ahead and run it a second time. Very smooth, it's very fluid, and you'll notice all of the capybaras move in unison. Um, they're not frozen like the ones we had when we were playing. So keep in mind that there are different parameters associated with the different tests. If you want to run the simulation, remember your avatar is not part of the equation, and it generally, when you're running, everything kind of tends to happen. And it could very much strain your processor depending on what computer you're using. And again, when you are playing, it's as if your avatar goes in. It's as if you're actually playing the game. That's very useful for getting a feel for what your game would feel like when you're playing the actual game on Roblox, not just Studio. There are a couple other things that are important for testing that I will discuss in future videos. That is the debugger, as well as if you go to the view here, the output. Okay, so these things help you to understand if there are errors, or it helps you to understand how your scripts are being executed. So that is more technical, more precise, more detailed testing. But for now, we're talking about the basics. We're talking about just playing your game, running it, seeing what happens. If you have NPCs, seeing how they interact with each other. If you have events, seeing how the events unfold, things like that. So I want to wrap things up there. I want to ask you guys if you would subscribe. Please do. Feel free to comment. Tell me what projects you're working on, or say what's up. Or if you have any questions, let me know. And if there's anything that I can do to help. Again, the purpose of this playlist is to help you accomplish the things that you want to accomplish. I believe that there are very little limitations when it comes to creating games, so it's just a matter of knowing how to do it. So I'm here to answer questions. I'm here to help. Even if you have suggestions for future videos, feel free to let me know. All right, I wish you guys a great day, and I'll see you later. And welcome to my video. In this video, I want to give you guys an introduction to parts on Roblox. So you're going to want to open up Roblox Studio, or download it if you don't have it, which requires a PC generally. And so there are two things that you want to have open to really understand what you're doing with the parts and how to work with them very precisely. So in order to generate a part, you come up to the home menu here and select the button right here, part. It usually starts off with a brick like this. The first thing you want to do is kind of look at the information provided in the properties, right? You can see things like its color, you can see things like its material, you can see things like its size, and all these things really are adjustable. So if you want to create a certain thing, you can change these parameters and create the kind of bricks or blocks or shapes, parts that you want, right? And if you go to the Explorer, you can see the part that we have generated. Okay, you can also change the name to really whatever you want. And let's see, if you come here, there are a few options that you can choose from, right? You have a sphere, you have wedges, a cylinder, so you have a few things that you can work with right off the bat, but there are more options as you become more advanced, which leads me to this part of the video. Up here we have a few tools or functions, and each one has an associated gizmo that you can work with. For example, this is the move tool, which allows you to move any part in the XYZ plane, right? Up, down, left, right. This tool is the scale tool, and you can use it to make the parts bigger or smaller depending on what your purposes are, right? Let's move that up so we can see it, right? Just a sphere. The other tool we have here is the rotate tool. Okay, so again we have the associated gizmo. You can work with it, kind of move it around as your heart desires. And one thing you'll notice that as I move the part, you'll notice that the numbers here in the properties change. So right now I'm moving the orientation, those numbers are changing. But if I went over to scale it, right, you'll notice how the size changes. You get the different dimensions that go up and down. So depending on what you're trying to build, you can get exactly that. Now there's another aspect that's important to building with blocks, and that is the material that it's made out of, or the color. So for example, you can change the color here in a broad sense, or you can come a little bit more precisely and adjust the color with this special wheel here. And the number values are given here, red, blue, green, right? The different numbers represent each color, and of course the combination changes the ultimate color here, right? So again, you might not be happy with the type of material. This is plastic, or at least appears to be plastic, and it will have the properties of plastic. So Roblox is really good about creating lifelike physics. So if you have a plastic part, it may behave like plastic, and it may like float in water, for example. Another example would be if you change it to metal. As you can see, it's reflective. You can see the light reflecting off of it, and it should sink in water. So keep that in mind when you're working with parts, that the physics of the parts also change, and that changes the way your game behaves and functions ultimately. So I encourage you guys to play with this if you haven't already, and experiment with what you can come up with for your games. I'd love to see ultimately, if you guys ever want to share that, that'd be great. But I wish you the best of luck, and I hope that this has helped you in some way, shape, or form. And I would ask if you would please subscribe, or leave a comment. I like if you found this to be informative. I really appreciate your time, and have a nice day. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to talk about the basics of what a model is. So what is a model? Well, here is the symbol that Roblox gives us, Roblox Studio. It's a blue, a yellow, and a pink square stacked like this, 3 of them. This is the symbol for a model. So you'll see if I select, for example, this bacon, you'll see under the properties it calls it a model. So what are the properties of this model called bacon? Well, here they are. But there's more to manipulating a model than just selecting it and playing with the model itself. Usually, models will contain a lot of different components or items. So if we open up the bacon, we'll see there are a lot of parts, in this case mesh parts, and you can go even further. Each one of the hand, for example, has some attachments and has different constraints. So each model can contain a lot of different things, So for example, we have this car, we have we have effects, we have sounds, we have constraints, and we also have things like animations, and we have scripts. So this car is loaded with components. Many different components make up this one model. So if I select the entire model, then I can manipulate the whole thing. Everything that is under the model becomes movable or scalable or rotatable, things like that. But you'll notice that each model has all these components. And what we as developers call these components, we call them children. So the parent of, for example, okay, we select this folder. The parent of the folder is the model. The R8 e-tron is the parent. So you'll notice, so when I select animation, or sorry, yes, I select the folder, you'll notice that the parent of the folder is the R8 e-tron, right, the model. But if I go further, you'll notice the parent of this animation, driver seated, is the animations folder. So technically this would be the grandparent, but we don't use that too much. It's pretty much, we have the parent, which is the model, and then the children, and so on and so forth. What are the children of this folder? What are the children of this folder? So on and so forth. So that's kind of what we refer to as parents and children. Obviously, the parents contain the children. The children are part of the parents. It's important to remember that syntax or that verbiage when it comes, or those terms when it comes to developing or using models. Just remember, children are inside the parents, and parents are essentially housing the children, which makes sense. So let's see here. Let's select this mansion, for example. This model contains a lot of children, a lot of descendants, so to speak. You'll notice that some of the children of this model are more models. You notice, right? You see that symbol. We clearly have 4 models contained within this bigger model, right? And you go even further, sometimes you'll find more models, more models, more models, and finally when you reach a specific model like this dresser within the mansion, right? So it's like models within models. That can definitely be a thing. You'll notice finally you reach the parts. The children are these parts. And each part contains, in this case, a mesh. So the mesh is a child of the part is a child of the dresser, so on and so forth. And the parent of them all, you could say, is the whole model, the furnished mansion. But what's really cool about models, in this case, these are all free models. I obtained them for free. What you can do is you can go in and modify individual models. So this dresser, for example, if I select the parts, I can go in and change the color of the dresser. Let's do something a little bit brighter. You notice that? Let's see the material. Maybe we could do something outstanding like neon. So you can see that this model becomes a little bit more of my own. And if I change it enough, it can end up being very hard to tell that it ever came from the toolbox. So that is a developer's secret, is being able to use free models and changing them enough so that they become yours. And who really cares? If it's a free model, it's a free model, and more power to you if no one can tell. It's pretty cool. So you can see in this scenery here, I have a few models. There's a couple palm trees, there's the mansion, there's the car, there's the fountain, the bacon, and the doge. All of these are individual models. But the nature of models can be that almost anything can end up being a model. So for example, if I wanted to make this whole scene a model, I just hit Command G for group, and guess what? Everything here is now, so let me just do this scene, right? Now the whole thing is a model, except for this creeper here. He snuck in and he's not part of the model. But anyways, you'll notice everything here is part of one model, okay? Until I decide to hit Command U to ungroup that model into the children model, and you'll notice they're all free again. So that's kind of a little glimpse as to how models can work. It's you're grouping a bunch of components together to your heart's desire. You're breaking it up, moving it around, all that sort of thing. Again, you can have models within models, etc., etc. But essentially, the definition of a model is just a group of items, things that constitute it. So again, you have the line of descendants going from parent to child, parent to child, parent to child, child to parent, child to parent, child to parent. If you can remember that, that can really help you when it comes to doing stuff like scripting, where a lot of times in the syntax or in the terms, when you're typing, when you're scripting, you're using, find parent or find child, wait for child, things like that. It really helps with scripting when you understand these terms. So that pretty much sums it up. This is an introduction to models. So I'm giving you the very basics of what a model is and how you can work with them and change them to your heart's desire. So I'll leave it at that, and I'd ask if you would please subscribe. Go ahead and feel free to comment, like, let me know what kind of projects you're working on. Again, I started doing showcases of people's games, so if you have a game preferably a game that you have created, I may take requests for other games, whatever. I would make a video about it and see and show the world what it is. So thank you very much for listening to me. I appreciate your time. Have a nice day. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to cover the topic of the toolbox in Roblox Studio. So the toolbox is a very important component that Roblox allows you to use, which in essence is a collection of parts and models and audio and many different things that you can utilize and put into your game. So to start with the toolbox, you'll see this button here on the top. It is called Toolbox, right next to Part, right next to Editor, right? Toolbox, select it. This opens up the toolbox, and this is the main screen. This is what you see first. It's called the Marketplace. Essentially, it's a collection of models which are generally free, okay, that are available for developers to use freely, okay, so you can use these. It's a pretty large collection of free models. So you'll notice in the marketplace there are some sections. Okay, up here we have categories. Let's take a quick look. Alright, we have vehicles, structures, lights, technology, weapons, landscapes, which is really cool, furniture, ads, dev modules, and materials. So a bunch of free stuff available to you. I mean, if you selected vehicles, for example, you'll see cars, boats, planes, helicopters, tanks. It's really cool. And with many of these categories, you can scroll down on and on and on and on, and you might not find the end even if you really tried. And an important thing to notice is with the toolbox, this window, you can increase it and see that you can see more models at any given time. Let me do that again. Okay, so if you need to look for more models a little bit faster, you can increase the size of this window. As with any of the windows here, you got the Explorer. You can modify essentially anything to help tailor your developing experience. So, for example, let's go ahead and pull out a tank. Okay, the Panzer tank. All right, let's pull it out. Okay, we select it, and there it is in all of its glory. Alright, so we'll notice that in the Explorer we have propagated a model. That's what this is called overall in the Explorer. That's what Roblox Studio identifies it as a model. Of course, you can rename it, okay, and so you can more easily identify it. But what's really important about using free models is to understand the risks and the benefits associated with using them. For example, this model could have potentially malicious scripts or parts that are designed to make your game break or have sensitive data compromised. So what you need to do with every single free model you choose to use, no matter what it is, okay, is look at what the model is made up of. So in this case, it's just comprised of a few mesh parts, and I'll just delete them. You can see these are the components. All right, and it's only meshes and a thumbnail camera. And you'll notice there are no scripts. There's nothing hidden. There's no, ridiculously duplicated parts, that might go on and on. So you'll notice it's very clean, and once you have looked at your model and determined that it's safe and it's good for the game, you can go ahead and utilize it. It's yours. It's free. Another important thing, which is very useful, is considering modifying the models that you use. So some people might say, hey, that's a free model that you used, and yes, true. People sometimes do ridicule you about that, or they might want to judge you for that. But ultimately, that doesn't really matter. But what you could do to make these your own is customize them. So get the parts and change the colors, change the materials, remove decals, put your own brand on it, whatever it is, add to it, build to it, break it down, take half of it apart, whatever it is you want to do, okay, do it. Make it yours. And there are so many models that I even use that are so heavily modified. They came from they were free, right? But I modified them so much that it's not recognizable as a free model. Okay, that's another important thing to consider. So let's go back to the marketplace here. Let's go back to the main menu here, and you'll notice you have so these are the categories. Okay, each one has almost never-ending assortment of things you can choose from. We have trending, so this can tell you, okay, these are models that are hot right now. These are models that people really enjoy. I can identify this is obviously very popular among us. I mean, that goes without saying, right? These are things that are trending, and sometimes incorporating these things can be a wise choice to kind of bring elements into your game that are relatable and people identify and like. Let's go ahead and continue here. These are called essentials, so it's just an almost never-ending list of things that Roblox considers to be essentials or important, or things that you can utilize, like a spawn point. Those are kind of important. You got skyboxes. You've got, well, I guess a diamond sword is critical. That leads me to a very important thing that you should consider when searching for models. Is when you hover over them, you get some information. So this is the name of the model, Sitting Girl, and this is the name of the developer, Rainbow Galaxy 00 developed this. Okay, and you can see the positive rating at 81%. So that tells you, well, it's a pretty good model. 81% of people give it a positive vote. And if you click on the, let's go back, if you click on this magnifying glass, you'll notice that you get more information. You can see the link, you can see more data, that the date it was created, and all these things, if you so choose. And you can also report it or give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, right? So it's important to look at these things. If you notice a model that has, I don't know, a very poor rating, okay, let's see, this is a yellow rating of 65%. That might be an indicator that there's something that's not really good about the model, perhaps malicious, perhaps unnecessary, or breaks the game. So again, I heavily caution that you do your research, look at the ratings, make sure that's good, and also, again, be sure to break apart every single model that you put in here, because there could be something hidden, there could be something that's completely unnecessary. It's really important to check those free models. It's critical. It might save your game, okay? Alright, so another thing, real quick. Alright, for example, you notice that down here, this particular model says that it has scripts, okay? Let's hover over this one. This one does not. So you come here, place the Christmas tree, right? You'll notice it has a lot of models, which kind of is a red flag for very many people, because more models means more strain on the computers, on the server, that you have to consider. If you put 1 million of these into your game, it may dramatically slow it down. So you have to consider that when adding a model. What's in it? Does it take a lot of storage, right? But let's see. On the contrary, or on another note, rather, this car says it has scripts, okay? So that means when I put this model into the game, you'll notice how many parts it has, right? A lot of parts. That's something to consider. Somewhere in this car, there will be some scripts. So there is already a script right here. Let's see, paint, blah, 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 plate, surface GUI. There's a lot going on here. There is a lot. Oh, here we go, scripts. Okay, look at all these scripts, all right? There's a lot going on here, and you should consider that. Okay, again, just a warning, some of the scripts are actually designed to wreak havoc on your game. So please take the time to do your research, read the scripts, know what you're getting yourself into. And I understand that not everyone might be able to identify something wrong with a model or something malicious, but I still advise you to try and do your research, learn about scripts, because that's something you should do as a developer anyways. So this model, you can see, has a lot of parts, a lot of scripts. Each one is going to weigh down your game, okay, as opposed to Maxwell the cat, okay? The amount of processing power that these cars generate in your game is huge, okay? That they require. They require a lot of processing power, as opposed to these Maxwell cats, right? It's just a mesh, very simple. You can have tons of these, and they might not even come close to the amount of power that these cars require your computer to use, okay? That's something to consider when adding these models, but I'll go more into that in a future video. Now, back to the toolbox, okay? You have these 4 tabs. I went over the marketplace fairly thoroughly, okay? You've got these different things, lots of things to choose from. Again, be careful. Here you have your inventory. These are things that you own. These are things that maybe you have purchased or you have found, or whatever the case may be. They are associated with your account. Okay, this is my inventory. These are models that I have. Let's see, it's very self-explanatory. We have these different things. So these are the models. You have plugins, audio, go down to, audio, I guess. These are my songs, that I've added into my game. So it's pretty straightforward. Same goes with the marketplace. If you're looking for plugins, enter in plugins, okay. You're looking for images, okay, and then of course you can search for what you want. You can search for plugins. Those are useful, and I'll go more into that later in a different video. This tab is recent, so it kind of is self-explanatory. I recently used the car, I recently used the tree, Maxwell. So these are things that are available to me that I can quickly bring back up, right? Like that tank, bam. Alright, go to my recent, I can conjure that back up, right? Okay, self-explanatory. Here we have our creations. So I haven't created any models as of yet, so they don't appear. But again, under the audio, I technically created these by adding these into my game, some of which I actually produced. So as you develop more creations, you can either choose to add them into this free model ecosystem, or just have them available to your own self for your own purposes. So that was a basic rundown of the marketplace, of the inventory, recent creations. These are all part of the toolbox. Okay, just remember the key word here is the toolbox. When you think about models, things that you've done, audio files, all that. Toolbox. You need a tree, toolbox. You need, you need a flamingo, right? Toolbox. Okay, it's right here. You can search for a long time. Some of these have so many models that you can just spend hours and hours and hours playing with these things and piecing them apart and making your world so personal and unique and truly yours. And I kind of want to sum things up there. I want to thank you for watching, and I want to ask if you would please subscribe. That would really help me out. I really want to hear from you guys. So if you feel free to comment, feel free to maybe share some of your creations. I'm active on Roblox. Let's see, and like it if you found it informative. I hope you have a great day, and I hope that you gain something from this, and I'd love to see you put it into practice. All right, bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to talk about collisions in Roblox Studio. What are collisions? Well, when we're talking about collisions, we're talking about when two parts collide with each other, simply touching each other. And what happens when they touch each other? How do they interact? Do they bump up with each other, or do they pass through each other? And this is the main principle of collisions. So here I have a bunch of spheres suspended above this base plate, and the collisions are active right now. So I'll give you a little demonstration of what would occur if we just run the simulation. You can see that the spheres collide with the base plate, they collide with each other, they're bouncing up and down, and collisions are in full force. They're abiding by the laws of physics here, or the gravity parameter, and they're following those laws of physics just fine. Now let's go ahead and stop that. To give you an idea of what would occur if we went and we removed the collisions, we come here to the properties. Okay, so this is where we would adjust collisions. So you can see here's a tab, and it's called collision, and you'll notice can touch, can collide. So we'll go ahead and check this box. We'll make sure it's unchecked, and then now collisions have been removed for each and every one of these spheres. So take a look at what happens when we run the simulation. As collisions have been removed, the spheres just pass right through everything. They pass through themselves, and if they were to hit your avatar, nothing would really happen as far as collisions go. It wouldn't bump into you, pass right through you, and you can pass right through it. So that's why you might notice in some games you can pass right through certain models. It's because collisions have been removed generally. So when it comes to creating or building in Studio, there's a box up here when it comes to working with parts. So if we check this collision box, it simply means that when you're moving parts around, they won't touch each other. So I'll give you an example. Let me duplicate this sphere right here, and look at what happens every time I duplicate it. They stack right on top of each other, which means the collisions prevent them from occupying the same space. But if I go ahead and uncheck collisions and I duplicate, you'll notice I'm creating more spheres, but they're all in the exact same spot, right? So you'll notice that the collisions have, if I remove it, then they can just occupy the same space. You can have 1,000 spheres right in this spot, and it just looks like one. So that's the property up here when you're working with parts, or you're just building. If you have collisions when you're laying bricks down, the bricks won't touch each other, which is actually pretty useful for building with precision. Many times I have it unchecked because I like to duplicate it quite a bit and just kind of spread them around like that, and it's kind of fast and easy that way. So again, let's go ahead and activate collisions. All right, within these spheres, and let's again get a very clear idea of what happens when collisions are enabled. Again, they will follow the laws of physics, and they will be an actual thing, or an obstacle that you can interact with and collide with. So that pretty much sums up the video, guys. I'd like to leave it there, nice and sweet. If you have any comments, let me know. If you have any ideas or things you want to learn about, please let me know. I'm curious about your projects and what's going on with you as a developer. So if you found this video informative, go ahead and like it, and don't forget to subscribe. All right, have a nice day. Bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to teach you about particles. So, what are particles? They are these things that you see coming out of this shape. Particles are very useful for adding decorations to your game. They're very useful for helping create a sense of realism or helping your players understand a little bit more what the item is and what it's doing. So for example, fire is a very common particle, or smoke. There can be other things like electricity, or in this case, these sparkles that you see coming out. So let's delve into what particles are. So let's go ahead and open up the properties and open up the Explorer as well. And here we'll see, we'll see that we have a particle emitter within this triangle, or this triangle shape. Here it is. So when I select it, we have all of the properties. So this is where all the magic happens. This is the base shape, I guess you can say, is this star, whatever. But then we can adjust so many things, like the rate at which they come out, the speed, the shape, the color, all that. So let's start off by making this particle a more appropriate color, kind of to match the shape here. So it's like this shape is emitting these particles. So then we have more parameters or properties we can adjust here, like the light emission. You can see there's a slight difference when we adjust the light emission. Light influence is the ambient lighting surrounding can have an effect on the particles. So if the room is lit up, then that light will also affect or bounce off the particles and illuminate them. Okay, so here's the orientation. Right now I have it set to facing camera, so no matter what direction I face, the particles will be facing me. So keep in mind that these particles are two-dimensional. They're not three-dimensional. Particles are usually two-dimensional, meaning they are thin. So if I change the orientation to maybe this, you can see what I'm talking about. They are just two-dimensional shapes. So let's look at this. From the side, you can see that they're flat. Okay, that's really kind of, it gives you an idea that they are two-dimensional. So an illusion or a cool effect is when they face the camera, you don't see that they're two-dimensional. So people kind of, in their minds, they perceive it as three-dimensional. Okay, so the next thing here, we have the squash. So as you might guess, the squash causes these to become flattened. Okay, so if we increase it, you'll see that these particles become flattened. I don't want them to be, so let's put it to 0. Here's the texture. So this is where you put the texture ID. So if the ID changes, you put a new ID, the shape will change, but the other basic parameters will be the same. So if you wanted a square particle, you put in the ID here, and then these will all be those square particles. So you can get those IDs from the toolbox. You can get those IDs from other places. You can create them, but this is where you would put in the ID to change the actual core or base particle. Okay, transparency, self-explanatory. Okay, you change how, if it's 1, you don't see them at all. I think you get the idea. Z offset. Okay, here's the data, just the name. So emission. This is where a lot of the magic happens here as well. So this is the emission direction, all right, based on the direction, the part of the part. So the bottom of the part, the top of the part, whatever. So enabled, obviously that just stopped it, but we'll go ahead and enable it again. Here's the lifetime. So this is how long the particles last for. Okay, right now I have it set to 3, but if I changed it to 30, you would very quickly notice that these particles last for a very, very long time. You see that they're not disappearing because I changed, they have a very long lifetime now, and you can see more particles build up. So that's an important thing to consider when you are creating particles. The rate, this is the rate at which they are emitted. So this, how often they come out of the part. You'll see when we increase that rate, we have a whole lot more particles coming out, right? They don't last long, but there's so many of them. So if we increase the lifetime again, we'll end up with so many particles. It will just be like just, I don't know, a lot. So if this is what you're going for, make sure to adjust those properties to the way you want them to look. So let's reduce that again to 3 and reduce the rate again to 5. This is rotation. So the rotation of the particle, it would be spinning. Okay, kind of self-explanatory. This is the speed. So if I increase the speed, and let's go ahead and increase it to 30, you'll see that the particles are now shooting out and spreading out much further. So you can be way out here or whatever, and you'll see the particles coming from this piece, which is kind of cool, depending on what it is you're trying to accomplish. Okay, spread angle. This is the angle at which they spread. So you can kind of reduce it to like a cone where they only spread out in this direction, or all 360 degrees. So this is the shape of the emitter. So imagine an invisible sphere that's like the walls are where the particles are actually coming out from. So you can change the shape to a disc or box. So this is right now I have it set to outward. So if I set it to inward, you can see. So this gives you an idea where the invisible sphere is, because this is where the particles are coming from. Now they're coming inward towards the shape instead of outward. So you can have in and out or outward. That's what I have. Okay, we have the shape partial, shape style. So it's the volume. Okay, so volume means it can come out from any point of the sphere. Okay, flip book layout. You can have a 2x2 grid, or we have motion, acceleration. So acceleration kind of is when you have the set speed, but it accelerates and gets faster and faster over time. So they kind of start off slow and then they move fast. Or it can be negative acceleration where they just slow down. But that's what drag is. As you can see, if I reduce the drag to 0, they kind of float freely. If I increase the drag to like 0.8, you'll see that they kind of slow down. They move, they slow down because of the drag. This is locked to part, which means if the part is moving, then every particle will also move with it. But if it's not locked to the part, then the particles that were created will stay in their spot. Even if the part moves, the particles will kind of remain in place, which I think most people prefer that. So if you have a character walking around, the particles left behind kind of leave a trail, as opposed to the particles being locked to the player and every particle falls in, which is not as realistic. Okay, we have the time scale, so it's kind of self-explanatory. If I set it to 5.5, that's half time. If I set it to 0, it's completely frozen. So 1 is just normal time. Velocity inheritance, so again, having to do with gaining velocity over time. And this is the wind affecting drag. So if you had wind, it could push the particles a little bit. So that pretty much sums up the video about particles. Again, we can do cool stuff like create fire and things of that nature. There are so many things you can do with particles. A lot of times they help character or players know that, for example, a sword with particles is a little stronger than a sword without particles, and things like that. So there are millions and millions of things you can do with particles, millions of different types of particles. I encourage you to experiment with this to kind of help bring your game to life and make it more sparkly and prismatic and beautiful, and so that it makes more sense. Alright, I just want to leave it there. If you guys would, please subscribe. I love to make guide videos. I love to do reviews. I love to do a lot of other cool stuff. So go ahead and stay tuned for that sort of stuff. Like, comment, share, do whatever you feel like doing. If there's something that you need particular help with, feel free to leave a comment. If there's a video you want to see, let me know. Alright guys, have a great day, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to talk about what snapping is. So, what is snapping? Well, when we're here in the Model tab, there's this section called Snap to Grid. And some people might wonder, well, what does that mean? What grid and what is snapping? So, as you can see, the base plate that I have is kind of a grid. And it has 4x4 squares that make up larger squares. So essentially this is the grid, and each one of these small squares is about the distance of one stud. And when we're snapping, we're measuring in studs. So you can see here, right, that the stud is about, this bacon stands upon 2 studs roughly. So this gives you an idea of what a stud is. And that's the unit of measurement for Roblox. So when you're creating things, for example, this cube is 10 by 10 by 10, so 10 length, width, and height of studs. So if you want to count down here, you'd see that it's 10. And so that's the dimension of, or the dimensions of this cube. And that helps you to understand what you're working with or what you want to work with when you compare sizes and how you want things to be in your world. In the real world, we mention meters or feet, inches, things like that, but in Roblox, we measure studs. Okay, so the first aspect of snapping that I want to mention here in this little section, Snap to Grid, is rotations. If we hit Command 4, or if we come here and select Rotate manually, we activate this rotation gizmo. And when we have snapping enabled, like right here, you see the check mark, it's enabled. When you go to rotate this bacon, for example, you can see that the rotation happens in increments, and you can see that the increments are marked by these little these little lines here. So I have this rotate snapping set to 5 degrees. So every 5 degrees it will snap. So each snap is 5 degrees. So for example, if I wanted to rotate this bacon 45 degrees, it is marked here by this larger line. It's very simple to understand. Excuse me, this is actually 90 degrees. I apologize. 45 is right around here. 90 degrees, 180 degrees, 270 degrees, and 360 brings you back to essentially 0 or 360. It's the same thing. So if you were to uncheck this box, then you have free range of motion, where you can see that you can rotate this character very precisely. It does not snap whatsoever. And so you also lose the lines, of course, because it's actually pretty much infinite. You have more precise control of how you rotate any model, but it can be harder to tell or do precise rotations, right? Because you don't have the snapping enabled. So if, for example, you wanted to move in increments of 45 degrees, you see how the lines are much wider, and each time it snaps 45 degrees. So let's go ahead and make this bacon here face his friend, and his friend face his friend, the noob. And you can see that's pretty much rotating with snapping. Again, if you disable the snapping, it's free range of motion. There's nothing happening here, no snapping. Okay, free motion. If you enable it, you can change the parameter here. You can make it 1 degree for the snapping. It's kind of hard to tell because let's do 5 again, because you have 360 snaps there. With this, it reduces quite a bit, and you can kind of work a little bit more precisely. Again, you can set the parameter, and here we have 90 degrees, and it doesn't move anywhere in between those 90-degree increments, right? So you can see this bacon is very clearly snapping, and that's what snapping is, right? So let's move on to the next aspect here. We have moving. So I have the moving snapping set to 1 stud. Remember, down here on the grid we have the little squares here that each represent 1 stud. So you can see as it's set to 1 stud, when I move it, the cube moves 1 stud at a time, which is really good for precise work. As you can see, when I join these 2 cubes together, they are exactly touching, almost as if it is 1 part, but obviously it is 2. Again, you can change the parameter here. So if I made it 10 studs, for example, every time I go to move this, it's going to snap 10 studs at a time, which is way more than just 1, right? So again, if we uncheck the box, we'll notice that we have free range of motion, and so you can see I'm moving in between the studs, and it's very, very precise. I mean, you can go way down close and get super precise with it. You know, you have for example, we can create a tiny opening here, and that happens a lot when people are building. They don't have it set to the proper snap, and even though they didn't want this crack, for example, it still comes because, you know, if they set the stud snap here, then perhaps it would work a little bit better. Well, that pretty much sums up this guide here. I hope that you found it useful, and I encourage you to subscribe, to comment, like, and to share if you want other people to see it. Again, I'm very curious about what you guys come up with, or what ideas you have, or if you have any questions, just let me know. I'm very much interested. So I want to wish you guys a wonderful day, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to talk about transparency and invisibility, and also mention what is opaqueness. What is opaque? Well, let's start off with what we have here. We have a block and a bacon newt. They are both completely opaque, meaning I cannot see through them. And that's because when we come over to the properties, we'll notice the transparency is 0. So the value can be anywhere from 0 all the way through 1. So if the value is 1, that's 100% transparent, which makes it invisible. Okay, if we do 0.5, we're somewhere in between, and let's just go back to 0. That's completely opaque. So if you make it more opaque, it's harder to see through it. If you make it more transparent, it's easier to see through it. Okay? And you have the 2 extremes, completely invisible and then completely opaque, where you can't see through it. So here's a good example of what someone might be able to do or want to do with transparency. So let's go ahead and select these components of the bacon. All right, and let's cause the transparency to be 0.7. Okay, let's go ahead and hit enter. Hold on, so let's see. So because I had a decal selected as well as parts, there are 2 transparency fields here. So keep that in mind. Of course, when you're working with parts, you look for that transparency. Added the decal, which you can also adjust. Okay, anything you can essentially see, practically anything you can see, you can change the transparency according to your desire. So here we go. Here's the bacon, and essentially what I've done is kind of turned him into somewhat of a ghost, right, or a specter, someone that you might look at them and say, hey, he can probably walk through the walls, you know, and it's probably true, if that is in the script. But in this case, we're just adding the visual effects. Okay, so the bacon, you can see through the bacon, you can see the galaxy in the background. And you can adjust all that, make it more opaque, less opaque, according to your heart's desire. Okay, so another thing I want to talk about is invisibility. So complete invisibility. There are many different functions 4 completely invisible parts, and I just want to give you a demonstration at this point. So I will show you some uses for invisible parts. So right off the bat, if we look up here, we'll notice there are a bunch of spheres falling, and for some reason they're not falling all the way down to hit me. And the reason for that is because there is an invisible base plate above my head. You'll notice as the spheres fall over the edge of the invisible object, you'll see that's where the edge is, because that's where the balls fall. You'll notice. So these spheres here are held back by an invisible force, which is actually pretty cool. There are a lot of things you can do with that, scripting or game effects, superpowers, so many cool things that are possible with invisible objects. Here's another good example. So I want to climb on top of this cube here, and I'm able to because of an invisible part. You know, that is commonly used with obbies. You have invisible parts or parts that are opaque, but you pass right through it because they remove collisions. So there are a lot of cool things you can do. Let's go ahead and stop this simulation for now. So another thing that's really useful about invisible parts, you'll notice that this bacon has an invisible part. The humanoid root part, you'll notice if I change the transparency to 0, you'll notice it's just a block. But this humanoid root part is so important to how this bacon functions with the humanoid and the scripts. Without the humanoid root part, the bacon wouldn't function very well. So it's completely invisible, but it's such an integral part of this model. Again, here, one thing that I like to do, okay, I like to create a small cube or block, okay, and I can add many things to this block. So for example, if I added this block into the bacon, I could then add particle effects to the block, so have sparkles or fire coming out of it, or I can put sounds into the block. I can have the sounds coming from up here and originating from the block, but players wouldn't really know that the block exists, especially if you remove collisions and all of that. They pass right through it. They cannot see it. So they can utilize these invisible parts to do a whole lot of things. In my game, for example, I have invisible blocks that have proximity prompts. So when people approach objects, especially large objects, they'll see, oh, a proximity prompt emerges in front of them. And a lot of times I had to use invisible parts to make that happen. Or with chats, you know, having the chat in a certain part above the head, sometimes I put the chat into that invisible part. So those are a few examples of what you can do with these transparencies. So again, what's really cool about making things partially invisible is, you know, maybe with a script you can have things become invisible and then opaque and transition in between the two. So there are a lot of cool things that you can do with semi-invisible or translucent things like this bacon here. He appears to be a ghost, and you know, maybe in combat games there could be special effects that cause people to temporarily become partially invisible or superpowers, whatever. There's so many possibilities. Maybe a block of ice, you make it somewhat transparent, and it adds that effect of being, you know, a block of ice you can see through, or whatever the case is. I encourage you guys to experiment with it, to have fun with it, and come up with new ideas, things that no one has ever seen before. So I think I'm going to wrap up the video there. If you found the video to be informative, please subscribe. I make developer tutorials, I take suggestions, and I'm constantly refining and modifying the lessons so that they are relevant. Also, if you found this to be informative, go ahead and leave a like. Feel free to comment whatever you want to comment. And again, have fun with this. Feel free to share your work. Feel free to share ideas or things that you might want to see a video about. So I'll go ahead and leave it there. I wish you guys a wonderful day, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to mention the difference between geometric building and physical building. So when people are building, by default, they use the geometric building. So for example, this model is comprised of many blocks. But because I am geometrically selecting the model, I'm selecting everything. So if you will remember, geometric involves the entire model you're moving, and you're rotating, whatever. You're moving everything, okay? And when it comes to physical building, it's a little bit different. So for example, I have a block here on the top that I don't really want to be part of this model. If we go back to geometric, you'll notice I try to select that block, and guess what? I'm selecting the entire model. But the neat thing about physical building is that I can select individual parts of a model. Otherwise, I would have had to have been stuck selecting or scrolling through each one of these to find the proper cube, right? So here it is. Let's go ahead and delete it. And I was able to identify it easily with the physical building feature or mode. So you'll notice instead of selecting the entire model, right, I can come in with the physical building mode and select individual parts to tailor my model here exactly the way I want it to be. So that's the major difference. So if you can remember, geometric building mode, you're selecting, you're moving, you're dealing with the entire model. Physical is more detailed. You will select, you will work with individual parts. So it's very, very effective for if you're trying to break down a model, or there's a part in a model that you really don't want, but it's not named properly, it's hard to find. Just go to the physical building mode and select that part and delete it, or do whatever it is you want to do with it to your heart's content. So those are the basics about the difference between geometric and physical building. Again, geometric, you're dealing with the whole model, and physical, you're dealing with individual parts. So that's useful to remember when building any kind of structure or working with models. So I want to leave it right there, nice and sweet and short. I would ask if you would please subscribe. If you like the video, like it, comment, let me know if there are other guides you'd like to see, or other games you'd like to see reviewed. Whatever the case is, feel free to let me know. Alright guys, have a great day. Bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to give a tutorial about aligning. So what is aligning? So it's lining things up and having things to be straight. You're looking for perfect lines, perfect corners, or you're looking for things to be exactly matched. And that's where this tool comes in handy. So if we go over to the Model tab, under the Alignment section, we'll see the Align tool. So let's go ahead and click it. Here you'll notice a few options that will customize your Align tool. So here in this demonstration, I'm looking to align these cubes. As you can see, they are not very well aligned. They are not perfectly matching each other. You can't really draw straight lines through their sides, you can see. But we want to change that. So this is where the Align tool comes in, because again, we're talking about perfect alignments, exactly being aligned. So up here on the top, we have the mode. This is where the plane will be drawn. So here you can see it's in the middle. So the plane will be drawn into the middle of the object. So you can see on the cube that's lit up with orange, the plane is right in the middle. If we change that, then the plane changes from one side to the other side. So depending on how you're trying to align them with their sides or right in the center, that's for you to customize. So here in this demonstration, we'll be working with the center. And here we have align in world and local. So I believe this is related to like scripts. A local script is for the client or the individual player, whereas the world or the main server script is for everyone in the server. So that's what I believe that's related to. But below this, we have the three planes, X, Y, and Z. Currently, I have X selected. If I were to select Y, you'd notice the Y plane, it's a matter of height. So you'll notice here the y-plane is on the bottom. If we switch to this one on top, you'll notice the plane is on the top because we're moving up and down with y. X and Z are not related to height, but y is. So that's important to remember about the three planes. So below this we have the relative to. So on the top there's selection bounds, so if you select a bunch of them, the plane will be drawn relative to the whole selection bound. So you can see the plane is right in the middle of all the boxes, right? But if we do it relative to the active object, you see it switches to the active object, which is something I want to mention. So the first object you click is the active object, and you'll notice it has, in my case, it has orange surrounding it. But if I select multiple, you'll notice the active object jumps to the newest one that I just clicked. So you see, I click it, and now this one is the active, but I still have all these selected, and then again we select them all, and the last one I selected is the active object. So the active object is going to be the one where you're aligning everything to. It's important to remember. So if you want to align them to this one, make sure you click this one last, and you'll notice, there you go, you'll align it to that one. So in this case, I'm wanting to organize these cubes into a larger cube. And you can do it manually by trying to line them up or going to the properties and adjusting the position of the numbers individually. But with the align tool, it becomes a little bit easier. So allow me to demonstrate. Let me start with this one here. I want to align this cube to this one. So we need to align it along the z-plane. So let's go ahead and do that. So now I need to align this one to this one along the x-plane, I believe, and you'll notice now we have three corners of a perfect cube. Let's go ahead and bring this one in as well. So let's align this to this one along the x-plane, and will work. And then we need to align this one to this one along the z-plane, and that'll work. So now we have the four corners of a perfect cube. And I already have a head start up here, so let's go ahead and I need to duplicate this one. Okay, then I need to align it with this one. So again, like I mentioned, up and down, we need to use the y plane or axis, and then there we go. And we repeat the process. Let's duplicate this, and then we want to align it with this one along the x-plane. And then we want to, let's duplicate this again. Actually, yeah, and then we'll align it with this guy along the z-plane. Now we have the four corners of a perfect cube. They are perfectly aligned. There are no headaches involved because you use the align tool. You can rest assured they're not going to be crooked. They're not going to be slightly out of place. So one last thing I'd like to do to finish up this model here, or this shape, is to, let's go ahead and let's duplicate these and bring them down. And what I'd like to do is resize these to create the structure here. Let's go ahead and create those pillars, as this is part of the cube. And then we can get these top ones, bring them on over like so. And this is to prove that this is a perfect cube because the parts are exactly aligned. It doesn't even look like they are two different parts. It looks like one part. Alright, and then we'll complete that and come down here to the bottom. We'll go ahead and complete that. Bring this on over. Bring this on over, and finish by bringing this last side here. And you'll notice we created essentially a perfect cube. It's very difficult. I mean, there is no, it's not crooked. It's perfect. And you know, some people say, you know, nothing in life is perfect, but I will tell you this cube is perfect, and that's one of the perks of using the align tool is having perfect geometry, which is really useful for building. You want to build buildings that are aligned, that you don't have crooked walls, um, uh, rows of things that you need to be perfect. The align tool is for many applications, and it's very useful. I encourage you to try it in your game and see what you think of it. So that about sums up the tutorial. I would ask, if you guys found this to be informative, please subscribe. Feel free to comment whatever you want. Let me know if there's a certain guide that you're looking for. And I also love to hear about your projects, so feel free to let me know about these things. Alright guys, have a nice day. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to give a basic understanding of what Roblox calls solid modeling. So you can see here under the Model tab, we have these 4 tools under solid modeling, and that's where the magic happens. So right here I have a sphere as well as a cube. And these are 2 separate parts. The sphere exists completely, so does the cube. It might appear that part of it is missing, but it really doesn't. The studio keeps in mind that those whole parts still exist, even though you can't see them completely. So the first thing I want to discuss is the union tool. Okay, so a union is a combination of multiple parts. A part can be something as simple as a cube or something as simple as a sphere. But when you create a union, so for example, let me select the cube and the sphere here and create a union. Okay, what I've done is created a single part, in a sense, that actually combines the two. So when it comes to having lots of parts in your game, this simplifies things. You can get like 100 parts and create a union, and all of those parts are just one little thing on your screen that you can work with very easy, right? So let's go ahead and use this. This is the 4th tool here in the solid modeling. Let's separate that union. Okay, there they are again. So just keep in mind, if you create a union, you do not need to fear, because you can always separate the union. Now keep in mind, there are keyboard commands associated with each one of these tools. Okay, you can see right here, each one has a keyboard command, so this can end up being really fast once you learn how to use all the commands for various things in Studio. But anyways, back to the union. Okay, the union, when it's created, it has its own set of properties, and it is the combination of whatever parts are in the union. Now, one thing that's important to notice is when you create a union, the parts that you originally started with stay the way they were, unless you select this under the properties. It's use part color, which is important to remember, because many people create unions with the expectation that they can change the color of the union, when in reality it's not possible unless, well, first, unless the separate parts are changed and then the union is created, or after the union is created, check this box, use part color, and look what happens. All of it is under the deep orange color. Okay, the whole union changes color when you select this, use part color. The whole union comports or behaves according to the one color, right? You turn that off and you get the original colors you started off with. So that's very important to remember when working with unions, that you can adjust the colors like that. And so let's move on to the next tool here. This is a new tool. I have not seen this until recently. It's called Intersect. So what it does is, you can see in this little image here, in this little this visual gives you an idea. You have 2 parts, just like I do. We have a sphere, we have a cube, all right, and in between we have a little part that intersects. The part where the 2 parts meet is the intersection. So if say for example the sphere is inside of the cube, the part that you can't see is the intersection. So if I hit that button, just like magic, everything disappears except for what was inside the parts that we're touching, right? And as you can see, the various faces have different colors. You see that the smooth or the flat sides that were what the cube was are the same color as the cube, which was red. The part that was associated with the sphere is that goldish color, right? That's what you have to consider when creating intersections. But again, just like with the union, you can fix that by selecting this use part color box, and just like magic, this new part is completely gold. Of course, you can change the color as you see fit because you checked that box. If you didn't check that box, you'd have a very hard time working with this if you wanted it to be one solid color. Many people have a hard time working with unions and intersections because of this very thing. But if you can remember to check this box, you can create really any unique and wonderful part and have total control over it. Anyways, once you have the intersection, okay, you can work with it, duplicate it, call it whatever you want. Roblox Studio identifies it as an intersection, and it will remember the details of what made up the intersection, so you can always go back in time and revert to the parts that you once had. So that's a really good thing for piecing apart unions and intersections to see what they're made of, or change them fundamentally, going back, breaking it apart, and then putting it back together as you see fit. So that is a basic rundown of what unions are, okay, and what intersections are. One last thing, the negate tool that we should talk about with this solid modeling is the negate, or negative parts. So if you consider mathematics, you have negative numbers. Well, with Roblox you can have negative parts. So for example, let's make the cube negative, okay? Right now you can technically call it a positive cube, because it has the properties, it's a normal object, but the instant you negate it, look what happens. It gets this interesting red color. It's transparent, and it's that way to indicate that it's negative, meaning it exists, but it has special properties. So look at what happens when I get this negative cube and I union it, create a union with the positive sphere, okay? Just like how negative 1 plus 1 equals 0, negative cube plus positive sphere equals a sphere, well, empty space, right? So what we did is we removed the part that the negative cube was touching from the sphere. We removed it from existence. It's as if part of that sphere never existed, right? Now once again, you'll notice that the inside faces of the sphere where the cube was touching are red. Okay, that's because the cube was red. And once again, the magic here to fix that is to check this box, and every single face is now gold. So if you want to get a part and you want to cut into it, right? A famous example that Roblox gives you is the bowl. You cut the sphere in half, right? And then you get a smaller sphere and cut out of that half, and you get a bowl using these negative parts. So let's once again, let's separate those. You'll see exactly what's happening. So you'll see that the cube, the negative cube, is doing all of the magic, and that depending on what you're trying to create, you position those positive and negative parts the way you want them to be. Once you create that union, it joins it all together, it does the mathematics, and you end up with the end result, which is the union comprising of positive and negative parts. That's one of the most important reasons or uses for a union, besides just simplifying things into one simple part to work with. Alright, that just about sums up the video. I again would love to see or hear about things you guys are doing, the games you create, you're just having fun with it. Let me know, give comments, go ahead and give this a like if you found this to be informative, and please, please, please subscribe if you have not yet. That will really help me out and help me to continue making videos and tutorials in the future and whatever kind of content I may decide to put out. Alright guys, I'll see you next time, and have a nice day. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to discuss a constraint between parts called welding. So again, welding is a constraint. If we come up here to the Model tab and you go over here to Create, you hit this drop box, you'll notice all of these constraints. Today, we are working with welds, and they are also called weld constraints. So here I have Mr. Smiley. He is comprised of 4 parts: the head, 2 eyes, and the mouth. So 4 parts comprise Mr. Smiley, but there's one slight problem. None of the parts are anchored, none of the parts have welds. So if we go to run the simulation, look what happens to Mr. Smiley. His face falls off, and he starts rolling away. So in order to fix this, in order to have the head keep the eyes and the mouth, we are going to need welds, or weld constraints. Again, in order to pull them out, you can come here up to the Model tab, and to create, you can click the weld. But I find it to be easier to come over to the part that we want to add a weld for and hit the plus sign. I frequently use them, they're already right here, but you can also search and you'll find the weld constraint. Okay, so we need to weld the mouth and the 2 eyes to the head, which means we need 3 weld constraints. So let's go ahead and duplicate these and add one to the eye and add another to the other eye. Okay, so we have 3 weld constraints because we're trying to weld 3 parts to the head. So let's go ahead and try to assign these weld constraints. So for the mouth, you have to come to the properties because the weld constraint by itself will do nothing. You have to assign the parts that the weld involves. So normally I make part 0 the part that I'm trying to weld, and then I make part 1 the part that I'm welding to. So we're welding the mouth to the head, so part 0 is the mouth, part 1 is the head. So we repeat the process here with this weld constraint for the eye. Part 0 is the eye, part 1 is the head. Okay, and then we'll do the next eye. Part 0 is the eye, and part 1 is the head. So you notice what these 3 weld constraints have in common. If you look at the properties, part 1 for all of them is the head because we're welding them all to the head. So now that these weld constraints are in place, let's see what happens when we run the simulation. What happens to Mr. Smiley? You'll notice that he does not lose his face. Yes, he starts to roll because the whole head is unanchored and it's allowed to follow the laws of physics, so to speak. Gravity pulls it down. But you'll notice that the face stays together. It's all part of the head. We successfully welded the eyes and the mouth to Mr. Smiley, and he's not going to fall apart. So that essentially covers the basic premise of welding. When you are welding, you have to keep in mind that they need to be parts. So you can't just weld a model to a model. You have to weld the parts to a part. So it can be a mesh part, it can be a special shape, but we can't weld whole model to another whole model. It doesn't quite work that way. So you'll notice when we come to the properties here, it's asking for a part. It's not asking for a model or anything really other than that. So we have to keep in mind that we're working with parts here when we're working with welds. Another important feature about welds is that the things that we're welding to, okay, they do not need to be attached whatsoever. So if we have the weld in place, the parts will remain in their location relative to the head, for example. This distance you see will stay the same. So I'll show you what I mean. Let's run the simulation. You'll notice that the eyes stay the same distance. They don't go any closer, they don't go any further, because the weld constraint keeps them all anchored in specific spots. So it might seem a little strange or defy the laws of physics, but that's how weld constraints work, which is really cool. They don't have to be touching to be welded together. So that's an interesting and important thing to remember about welds. All right. So that is the basics of it. So again, you're welding parts to parts. You need these special constraints, and then you need to work with the properties. You can also enable them, disable them as your heart desires. You can rename them and all these sort of things. But that is the basics of it, and I hope that you find it to be enjoyable and useful. If you choose to use welds, I highly recommend working with them because they're extremely useful for building strong parts, like for example a spaceship that doesn't fall apart, or a car, or robots. You need certain parts that don't just fall apart on you. Welds are really good for that. Building as well. Okay, there are a lot of different applications. There's really no limit. So I invite you guys to play around with it, and go ahead and comment. Let me know what your thoughts are. Like if you like the video, and please don't forget to subscribe. And if you have suggestions for things that you're stuck with or you want guides for in studio, please let me know. All right. I wish you guys a wonderful day. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to talk about dialogue trees. So what is a dialogue tree? Well, essentially, it's a conversation that you can have um, between you and, say, the world that you're playing in, or the game. So NPCs, people, creatures, or even inanimate objects can talk to you through, or you can talk to them through the dialogues, okay, dialogue trees. The reason why I call it a tree is because you start off with the original dialogue, and then everything underneath it, every child of the dialogue is a dialogue choice. So you start it, and then you get your options as it progresses. It branches off with different options or choices for what you say. So I have already created a dialogue tree for this guy. His name is Noob, the Noob. He's a noob, and his name is Noob. And he's a subscriber. He's a fan of my channel, and he is very excited about sharing that with the world. So let's give a conversation. Let's have a conversation with Noob the Noob. So let's come over here and let's play here. So here is an example of what a dialogue tree kind of looks like. At least the default that Roblox offers. This is what it looks like. Okay, it's helpful, so it has a question mark. Friendly, so it's green. He says, "Hi, how are you?" And so I have a few options here. Okay, I could say good, thanks, and then that will continue with that path. Okay, so have you heard that ROBLOX-THANOS makes short and effective developer guides? Let's go ahead and choose this. I have. They're pretty great. And that ends the conversation. I'm glad. Well, have a nice day. Okay, if I would choose a different option, for example, hi, how are you? Let's just do this. Pretty bad, sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get well soon. Bye. Okay, so that kind of creates a conversation and a sort of tone or mood, depending on what choice you choose, right? So I could have done a different one under good, thanks. Okay, developer guides. I haven't, but thanks for telling me, right? No problem. Have a nice day. One thing I want to mention, there are some limitations with the default dialogue trees. For example, you can only have as much as 4 options by default. Okay, so 4 options, and then you have the goodbye, which is optional as well. So you can see if I click goodbye, it ends the conversation, right? So that doesn't really count as an option. It's just something you can add. Again, goodbye ends the conversation. There's nothing else there. So again, 4 options are the maximum under default. Okay, and another limitation I'll show you is this. So when you go to select what you say, see there's a word that's left out. So you can see there's a character limit, like 30 characters, 40 characters. So you see how the me was left out. So the option has to be short and sweet sometimes, because if you're leaving out a huge part of the sentence, then the player doesn't really know what the option is. Like, what am I trying to say? So these have to be short and sweet, and they're limited to 4, okay, at least by default. Let's go ahead and pause this, and let's explain a little bit about number 1. Okay, how do we add dialogue into a NPC or a model, whatever? Well, number 1, a dialogue has to be added to a part, or it can be a mesh part. We can't just add a dialogue to a model, it won't show up. We can't add a dialogue to an attachment or a decal, it has to be a part. So if it's a rock, make sure it's in the rock part. If it's a NPC like this guy, normally it's good to put it in the head, because then the text will be above the head. If you put it in the leg, then the text will be somewhere over here above the leg. So whatever part you put the dialogue in, whatever the parent of the dialogue is what it will float above. So that prompt you click will float above that part. So most people, when it comes to NPCs, will choose the head to add the dialogue. So let's remember that. We can't add them to models, we can't add them to humanoids or anything like that. It has to be a part. Then you can add the dialogue. So the way you can do it, a very simple way, is coming to here. Okay, you just hit this plus sign. You can search for it. I use it, it's right here anyways, but I can just search and it's right there. So there's another dialogue, right? When it comes to dialogue choices, these are different from the dialogues. Again, the dialogue is the whole conversation. You could call it the root of the tree or the stem, and every dialogue choice is a branch, you could say, and that makes up the tree. So when you're ready to add that dialogue and you're starting to come up with choices, that's where you put in a dialogue choice. Okay, this was blank, let's delete it. So, for example, in this tree, it's about hi, how are you? The two options are good, and over here, bad. Okay, and if we choose good, then we have 2 additional choices under good. See how it branches off. You have to make sure if you want a choice to follow this one, you have to add the dialogue choice under this dialogue choice, and it follows that pattern. So depending on where you put them, then the conversation will follow that pattern. It's very important to keep that in mind. What is the parent and what is, ultimately, the start, and then what are the parents, what are the children. Each option has to be considered that way. So it's like you don't want the conversation to be mixed up and not make sense. So it takes a little bit of practice, but you can get the hang of it. So another important aspect of dialogue trees are the properties. So let's come here and we'll look at the conversation distance. Okay, this is 25 studs. Okay, so I can be 25 studs away and initiate the conversation. If I increase that number, I can stand further away and have that conversation. That is that. This is behavior type, single player, so it's a dialogue between you and one person and the NPC, and I believe people have to wait turns, because if they click on the prompt, it disappears for a moment. But if we make it multiplayer, I believe that multiple people can see what the NPC is saying. So if someone starts a conversation with the NPC, then the people around can see what's happening. And so we have the goodbye choice, like I mentioned earlier, the option to just say goodbye and cut the conversation short. It's enabled, and you can edit that. Instead of saying goodbye, it could be like, I'm out of here, or see you, whatever. Initial prompt, okay, for this dialogue, the initial prompt is when you click on it, what is the first thing that the NPC says? I click on it and he says, hi, how are you? And of course, it's editable, you can change it. In use, so that's the name of it. You can change it, so it could be noob chat. You can be whatever you want it to be, so you can understand, okay, this is noob chat under the head. The first, you can also rename the dialogue choices here. This one was good, this one was bad, so you can see it's beginning to make more sense. So we can name this one I have, and then this one can be named I have not. So you can see now, based on what I have named the different parts of the dialogue tree, it begins to make sense, all right? Noob chat, okay, start the chat, good and bad, okay, I want some options under good, and I have not. And then of course you can edit the response here. You can edit, so what the player says, what you say is this, right? User dialogue, I haven't, but thanks. And then the response dialogue is what the NPC will say in response to that. Oh, no problem, have a nice day, right? So that's the gist of that. Let me see here. We have the name, the parent is the head. Okay, it's the part that the prompt floats above and the bubbles float above. It's important to remember exactly where the dialogue is located. Another couple of properties here. We have the purpose. Okay, so the purpose of this conversation was just help. So there was a question mark above his head, which indicates that the purpose is help. If I changed it to quest, then it would change to an exclamation point, and if the purpose was a shop, it'll be that $ above the head. So you kind of understand, well, okay, this is shop or this is a quest, whatever. And this is the tone. So the tone is friendly, and if you remember, the prompt was green. If I change it to neutral, the prompt is blue above the head, and if I change it to enemy, the prompt is red. So that helps developers change the tone of each NPC, so you can know if it's friendly, neutral, etc. So let's go back to friendly. And the trigger distance, I believe that this is, if you change this to like 10, then it will automatically trigger once you approach the NPC, so you can start an automatic conversation. So that sort of thing. So here we have the properties of the dialogue choice. Again, the main thing here is, you want to enable a goodbye option. Okay, you can change the response. You can change what the player says. Again, under each option. Okay, so under good, if I have more than four, so if I have 5 or more dialogue choices, then not all of them will show up. Again, Roblox has it set by default that only 4 options will show. So if I have 5 options under good, one of them won't show up. That may be editable. That may be something that the developer can change, but the default is generally you want to stick to no more than 4 options per part of the tree, right? So if I did this, I can add another 4 under I have, or I can add 4 under I have not, blah blah blah. So it's not like 4 altogether. You can certainly have a long conversation that works just fine. Okay, so I believe that pretty much sums up the basic concepts of the dialogue tree. Again, you just add it to a part, and make sure that it's the child of that part. The prompt will float above that part, and it's that simple. You can make your world come to life. You can make almost anything speak and have a conversation, and you can enter exactly how the conversation goes. That's the beauty of it. So I encourage you to experiment with it and have fun with it and see what you come up with. Of course, I'd love to hear about projects you work on if you feel up to sharing it or anything like that. So go ahead and like the video if you found it to be informative. Subscribe. I'd really appreciate that. And comment. Let me know what's going on. If you have suggestions or requests for future guides, or if you have a game that you're working on that maybe you'd like for me to showcase, let me know and I will take a look at it. All right. That's about it. I wish you guys a great day. Goodbye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to briefly go over the new material generator that is powered by AI, or artificial intelligence. This is currently in its beta stage and is available to Roblox developers like you and I. So in order to access this, you first need to go inside of Roblox Studio. You need to go to File and go to Beta Features. Then you will end up on a list of beta features. You find the one about the material generator, check the box and accept the terms, and you will have it implemented in your Roblox Studio. So in order to open the material generator, you come here to the Home tab and you select this material generator with the 2 stars next to the standard one. They have the same name, but this one has 2 stars, indicating that it is the generative AI function. Let's go ahead and click that and open it. So here I have 2 models that I want to change the textures of, and I can create or generate these textures with a text prompt up here. So let's start with this wall down here. So what I want is to generate a few options for a cracked wall. So then we hit generate. We'll wait a moment or two while the AI thinks and generates the images. As you can see, it's generating 3, sorry, this time. Usually does 4. Sometimes I've seen it do like 7 or 8. So it really is kind of random. So let's go with this one. I like the details here. So let's go ahead and click this part and then click this and apply it. So you'll notice that this wall now has the new texture, and you can adjust the studs per tile. So this right here, this square, is a tile, and then the pattern repeats itself. So you can see this splotch right here is repeated 6 times because there's 6 tiles here. But if you go ahead and reduce the tiles per stud, or studs per tile, sorry, then you'll notice that the pattern repeats itself and you see the splotch many different times. Let's go ahead and increase the studs per tile, and you'll notice that only 2 can fit on this wall. So it depends on what kind of texture you're looking for. For me, I'm looking for something like this. This is kind of like the consistency I'm looking for. And there's also this pattern. You can cause it to become organic. So what this does, it instead of a repeating pattern where you see like a grid of the splotches, you see that. When you click organic, it's kind of randomized, blended together, and it begins to look, you see the splotches are random now. It's not a grid. It looks a little bit more organic or natural, whatever you want to call it. So now it's asking us to create a base material, so we can do something like smooth plastic. It's just the underlying material, which doesn't matter a whole lot, but in a way the material that you use affects the physics, so consider that. Let's go ahead and save and apply the variant. Okay, so now there it is, and it's saved. So if I come to the properties of my part, you'll notice the material variant I have is the cracked wall material, and I can reuse this material for other things that I want. Keep in mind you were given, we were given multiple options here, and you can utilize those if you want, or you can go ahead and discard them if you choose. You can hit the generate button as many times as you want, so you can have this ongoing list of AI generated textures that you can choose from and save if you so choose. So the next thing I want to work on here is this. It's a Brachiosaurus, or it's one of those long necks, and I want to give it a dinosaur skin. So we come to the part here, and then we input what we want. So in this case, I want a blue dinosaur skin, and then we'll generate. So again, the AI uses its algorithms, its brains, its artistic capabilities, whatever you want to call it, and it produces for you options here to choose from. So here we have generated completely new, no one's ever seen these before, 4 skins. I want to work with this one. I like the color and I like the texture, so let's apply it. And you can see that the entire dinosaur has this unique texture that no one has ever seen before, and it has pretty high resolution. I am right up next to it, and you can see it's high resolution, and that is very much appreciated. So again, we can select, we can change the studs per tile, so you can see how the skin becomes more fine as we reduce the studs per tile. You can see how the skin becomes more coarse as we increase it. So depending on what you're looking for, this is kind of right around here is what I want. And we can again make it organic, so the pattern doesn't look like it repeats itself a million times like a grid. So it looks more organic and realistic. And there we go. It looks beautiful. Okay. What do I want the dinosaur to be made out of? Well, it's heavy, so why don't we make it out of something heavy like rock? Okay, that's the underlying material, so the physics will behave like a rock because this thing's heavy. Okay, so we'll save it. Okay, there it is. Give it a moment. And we have the blue dinosaur and the cracked wall, and they were both created with the generative AI, or the Roblox generative AI. The material generator is what it's called, and I think it's an extremely useful tool for creating textures all around your world, whether it's NPCs, creatures, clothing, walls, trees, whatever it is you can add a texture to. You can generate something unique here. You can play with it. If you don't like the first few generations, go ahead and try again and again and again. I believe that the algorithm is learning as time passes, so expect to see more realistic, more accurate, higher quality textures being generated in the future. Alright, I want to leave it at that. If you found this informative and you'd like more content like this, please subscribe. Go ahead and leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the generative AI, and be sure to like it if you found this informative once again. I hope you guys have a great and awesome day, and I hope you have fun using this brand new tool. I know it'll be very useful for the future of development. Alright, have a nice day. Hi guys, and welcome to my YouTube video. In this video, I want to demonstrate and give a basic introduction or tutorial about terrain on Roblox. The basics and some useful details when it comes to sculpting terrain within your experience. And to get started, we open up the editor here. This is the terrain editor, and you'll notice on the top we have three tabs: Create, Region, and Edit. So let's start with Create. What you see here is a block that is contained within this box here, and I generated it with the Create tool, right? I put in the parameters. I checked all these. I added water, plains, dunes, marsh, hills, etc. And the program actually generated this whole thing very quickly. And it's somewhat randomized, but it also kind of makes sense, right? You have a body of water, you have mountains with snow on top, and you'll notice it has a certain thickness. All these things that you want to maybe generate, you can change right here in the Create tool. And it's very useful if you want to get a head start on sculpting. It saves some time, and it gives you something to work with, right? And you can keep trying over and over again if it doesn't really come out the way you want it to, or on a more advanced note, you can change it or edit it yourself, and that's sculpting. Let's move on to the region tool. Okay, we have a bunch of different things we can work with. So number one, you can start off with select. Basically, you create a box here, and you can kind of include as much terrain as you want within it. And then you have these different tools or functions here. Number one, for example, you have move, so you can move that selection. You can rotate it. It's pretty straightforward. There are a lot of things you can do, right? So that is the region tool. So it's a matter of working with regions that you select, right, with this box, right? But the most detail you can really get with sculpting, where it really kind of starts to get fun and you can personalize it, is with the Edit tab. You have all these different tools which give you this special tool. In this case, it's in the shape of a sphere, but it tells you this sphere is where the magic happens, right? So for example, I have add, so you can see wherever the sphere is, we add. In this case, it's where we have grass selected. We add grass, you see that? And you can keep going and changing it as much as you'd like. For example, we have the paint tool, which is really useful. You're not really adding terrain, but instead you're painting the existing terrain, right? You're painting it, you're not adding it, so it gives you a little bit of more control, right? Depending on what it is you're trying to accomplish, you can do it. And of course, this sphere, Roblox gives you a few options. You can use a cube, so let me go ahead and add, let's see, in the shape of a cube, and you can see terrain in the shape of a cube. Isn't that pretty cool? Alright, let's see. There are other parameters. You can change For example, with the cube, you can change the base size. You can also change the height, so it can be very tall. Depending on what it is you're trying to accomplish, you can do pretty cool things. And let's move on to the different materials that you can possibly work with. For example, here's asphalt. Okay, you're going to generate exactly that. Cracked lava. Let's go over here and add a little bit of cracked lava. Look at that. Alright, one thing that's important to note, alright, let's go back to our painting tool. One thing that's important to note is that if you're going to work with, for example, ice, okay, you want to consider a few things, like number one, why is there ice here in the middle of a bunch of grass? You know, why did ice form right there? You might want to be able to have the world make a little bit of sense, but then again, this is your world. You can have a cube of asphalt if you want, and no one can really judge you for that, right? This is your world. But my point is here that if you're going to use ice, for example, I've noticed that depending on what material you use, the avatars, the people that play, the models, the creatures, they interact with it a little bit different. So for example, the snow here, or the ice, is going to be slippery, so it's going to be harder to drive a vehicle over it as opposed to the grass. And of course with water, you're just going to go right in, right? It's again, Roblox really tries to create lifelike physics and model their physics designs based on real life, so to speak. Okay, another important aspect that's useful for sculpting terrain is the plane lock. Okay, so now I'm gonna activate it to auto, and you can see this plane, right? So you can see that's kind of facing upwards. The plane is going up. So if I wanted to, let's say add, let's go back to the sphere, lower it a little bit, and there's that plane again. If I wanted to add some grass, look at what happens. The terrain is locked onto the plane. You notice that, right? So this is the plane that was used, and depending on the viewpoint of your camera, the plane kind of changes if it's set to automatic, where manual gives you a little bit more control of where you set the plane, right? So for example, if you wanted to maybe plug up this hole here, you could just get that plane going. Very simple, right? Very simple process to create that terrain and sculpt the world the way you want it to look. Alright, let's see. Another important thing that sometimes helps, sometimes does not, it really depends on what you're trying to accomplish, or the visibility and things like that, is if you come up here to View and you select the wireframe editing. What happens here, let me exit that, is that the terrain, now you can see the polygons that are involved. So you can see each one of these triangles is a polygon that the terrain adheres to. So for example, if we look at this patch of ice, it has maybe 500 polygons. This is something to consider when creating a world, is that each polygon requires storage or strain on the processor to generate. So if you're trying to minimize the amount of space that a world uses, you might want to consider, well, how many polygons is my world made up of? Do I need to have all of these? For example, the below ground aspects with the caves, and do you want that or do you not? So anything that's not entirely necessary, you might want to consider removing, so that the game functions smoother and you can then add more things that do matter to you and count, right? The world can become bigger because you remove things that are not entirely necessary. So let's go back to the standard view here, and let's see, we have a few extra tools. I want to show you the grow tool. Let's just do something like sandstone. Let's say I want to kind of make this sandstone mountain appear a little bit more natural. This is the grow tool, and look what happens within the sphere. Okay, the terrain grows within the sphere. Okay, you can grow the size of the sphere, and obviously the terrain, the power you have changes, right? Of course, the size of the tool affects how smoothly it runs. In this case, you can see how it's a little choppy, right, because of how big the sphere is Whereas if it's smaller, you can do finer details, and you can see how smoothly it happens, right? This is something very important to consider when sculpting a world. What size tool do you need? What shape tool do you need? What is it that you're trying to accomplish? All these things, these minute details really add to how effectively you can develop, how much time you use straight on your computer, and all these things. And let's see. So obviously the opposite of growth will be erosion. So you can see if you want to remove some parts, you think it's too big, no big deal. You can erode these things and try, I guess, make it look natural or make it look unnatural, whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. So I give you a basic rundown. You have adding, subtraction, this deletes stuff, growth, erosion. These go hand in hand. You have the smooth tool, so it's kind of self-explanatory. It smooths out the terrain. You can see what happens here, depending on what you're trying to accomplish. Again, the size of the tool impacts the radius or the impact here of what you do. And we have the flatten tool, comes with a plane. Paint is one of my favorites. It's very, very fun to use sometimes. It's very therapeutic for me just to go around and paint, kind of feel like a real-life painter, right? You go on a canvas. This is kind of the same thing. It's just on a computer, 3 dimensions, things like that, right? Pretty cool, huh? And so we have these different tools that you can use to create the world you want to create. I encourage you guys to give it a try. I encourage you guys to explore and have fun with it. That's the thing. Have fun and make whatever you want to make. There are no limits, and well, within reason. There are always limits. Computers, whatever, but they're getting better. I appreciate you guys watching. If you would, please subscribe to my channel. And again, I would love it if you would share some of your creations or your ideas in the comments, and give it a like if you found this informative. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to show or teach a method of sculpting terrain, in particular mountains and hills. So, you know that you can automatically generate mountains and hills and things of that nature, but if you want a specific thing in a specific place, as goes with any kind of terrain, it's good to learn how to sculpt, just like sculpting a portrait or something out of clay in real life. This is very similar, and I encourage you as a developer to experiment with terrain, because that can really add a whole new dimension of realism to your game and add the ability for players to really experience a different kind of world besides just flat terrain, which we're so used to. Alright, so here is the area that I want to use to sculpt this mountain. And it's going to be a small mountain. It's not going to be huge, because large mountains take a very long time to sculpt. I don't want to discourage you, but naturally, if you want to sculpt a mountain from nothing, it's going to take a mountain of time. But here we'll do a small scale version and just scale it up to the size that you see fit. So the first thing we want to do, okay, is we have the terrain editor open already. Let's go to the edit tab, and there you have these tools for sculpting. The first thing that we're going to do is use the draw tool, which essentially creates terrain. You're able to create it, you see. It's not like painting where you're just painting the surface. It's not like sculpting where you're adding or subtracting or eroding and growing, right? Drawing, you're literally drawing something out. So let's start off by drawing the base. I already have the plane lock set so that it's parallel with the ground here, okay? And so this will allow me to create a perfectly flat base for the mountain. Now at first it might not really look like much of a mountain until we start really sculpting it. But for now, this right here, placing the foundation, is a very important part. This is the base of the mountain. This is kind of how big it'll be at the bottom. So the largest part of the mountain is this right here. And the way I do this, so remember, this is just one method of many, but I find this to be very effective. So the next thing we do is we start off the next layer a few studs away from the edge of the first layer, okay? So we kind of trace it, and depending on how you want your mountain to look, you can change it up a little bit, but there is the second layer, okay? So you'll notice the mountain is starting to get a little bit taller and more substantial, and all we did was just move our mouse for a few seconds, right? See how fast this can end up being. So let's see here, there we go. So there's the third level. Let's go ahead and knock out the fourth, and I'll give you another glimpse here. Okay, in just maybe 20 seconds, we've already created some sort of a mountain structure. Now, of course, it doesn't look completely like a mountain yet. Okay, that's why there are several steps. You'll notice if you saw a mountain like this in real life, you'll wonder, did someone chisel this? How did it form? It doesn't look natural, right? You'd think it was man-made. So let's change that. Now that we have the basic pattern for the mountain, the basic shape, let's go ahead and switch to the sculpt tool where we actually literally begin sculpting. Let's take off plane lock because we want this to be free. And for this particular mountain, let's choose the right size. I would say maybe size 12 is appropriate. And the first thing I want to do, there are two ways that you can sculpt here. You have adding, which grows, right? We're growing. You can see we're growing the terrain, and I can explain this more in another video. But then you have the subtract, which does the exact opposite. Here we are subtracting terrain. So for this mountain, we want to start off by subtracting, or Roblox used to call it eroding. Actually, let's switch down to size 10. This is a small mountain. So this subtract or erode tool does exactly that. It erodes the rock here, okay, into a more natural shape. So this is how I'm going to treat each layer of the mountain. I first start off by eroding the edges here, the top edges, right, so that we're just kind of bringing it down to a more natural shape. And you can see right off the bat, right away, it's starting to look more natural. Okay, and as you get used to it, as you practice, you'll notice that you'll get a lot better at it. Your brain automatically looks at it and determines, well, it looks great. You know, you can start doing it really fast. You know, like kind of like this, and you just get better at it. Like with anything, practice makes perfect, or at least it makes you better at it. So you'll notice this mountain really only takes me a few minutes to sculpt. Now again, the larger mountains, I'm talking about a mountain, let's take a good look here. I'm talking about a mountain that's like 10 times taller, right? 10 times taller is going to take more time. It has more surface area, so you do the math there, and it becomes a lot more work. More than 10 times the amount of work, okay? It's exponential. But there is nothing you can't do if you set your mind to it, is my point. Maybe it takes a lot of time, maybe it takes a lot of practice, but if there's something you want to make on Roblox or anything really, you can do it. As long as it's not literally impossible, where you make something so big that it's breaks the entire internet, you know. I'm just kind of kidding, but you know, if you want to do a large project, you can do it. If you don't have the skills, I know that you can develop them. I know that you can develop just practice, and many times you can just do it automatically. Like I can be thinking about something else and just sculpt this mountain and use like only a tiny part of my brain power to actually sculpt. I can be talking to someone, I can be on a phone call, I can be doing many other things, watching TV and just sculpting at the same time. That's the level I've reached, and I know you can reach it too. So the next step, all right, now that we have eroded the corners here, you'll notice it really is starting to look more natural. But I would say it's not yet complete, because you can notice there are these flat areas here that don't really look very natural. So the second stage, besides subtracting or eroding, is adding or growing. So in the parts that you notice it kind of dips right here, all right, the parts that it kind of, you notice this crease or this fold, this is what you want to target So let's switch to rock. Oh, we are on rock. All right. So, oh, sorry. What I didn't do is I need to switch to add. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, now you'll notice we're kind of coming around to the outside edge. We're blending it in with the grass. Now this mountain looks like it belongs here, and it formed originally when this world or whatever was created, because it blends right in. It doesn't look like someone just copied and pasted a mountain. No, it looks like someone sculpted a mountain, because that's what we did. All right. So that's the beauty of sculpting, is that you can really blend it into your world and make it look like it fits perfectly. You'll notice, all the different shapes and all this, no one can really question it. It's your genius, it's your creation. So people aren't going to really, say that it's a bad sculpture, unless it really doesn't make sense or that's what you're going for. Of course, much of the sculptures that I sculpt are based off of the natural world, things you see on Earth or other planets. I try to model it off of that so it looks really natural, looks realistic, looks good. And that's what makes Roblox one step closer to being a very realistic um, platform where people can have experiences that are like the real world. For example, like mountain climbing simulators or adventure games. It's just all part of it. So I would say that pretty much makes this mountain look more or less sculpted. Okay, let's go ahead and remove this tool for a second, and let's get a nice look at it. So again, it's a small scale mountain, so let's kind of pretend like it's 10 times bigger. Just kind of use your imagination and imagine what we just did here. We created a really cool mountain that's kind of easy to hike. It's not very steep, of course, depending on what you want to create. It can be more steep, it can be more rocky, it can be smoother, or you can do hills of just grass, kind of like, get a look at this hill, kind of like that, where you're just making a little hill, right? So just depending on what you need. The final thing I guess I will show you to kind of top off things is using the paint tool. And we can just, as many mountains have on the top, they kind of have a snowy peak. We can just kind of add that little touch to the top and kind of cause the mountain to look a little bit more natural, So that pretty much wraps this up. That's the sculpting a mountain video here. There are other ways to make mountains, but I found this to be one of the easiest ways. You just start off with that first layer. You make the base and then you build up, and before you know it, with a little bit of sculpting, you've got a very natural, beautiful looking mountain. So I want to leave it at that, guys, and I appreciate you watching, appreciate your desire to learn and become a better developer, because these skills that I'm teaching you, you can use for the rest of your life, not just in Roblox, but if you wanted to paint something, if you wanted to sculpt something, if you want to just admire the nature in the world and learn from it, this will help you do that. All right. I encourage you to subscribe. If you found this informative, go ahead and like and comment whatever you feel like commenting. If there are things that ideas that you want to sculpt or build or things of that nature, I'd be happy to make a tutorial on that. I also make game showcases. I also make original music. So I want to wish you guys a great day and wrap up the video right there. All right, bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to talk about clouds. So Roblox allows you within Studio to use clouds to help enhance your game. So you'll notice that these clouds that Roblox offers you, you can say they are dynamic or they are changing, because if you look closely, the clouds will move. It's very gradual sometimes, or sometimes they move a little faster, but they do move over time. So you'll notice a little bit of movement here. So if you wait minutes or hours, you'll notice that the shapes of the clouds change and things like that, which is really cool for adding that realistic element to your game. So in order to work with clouds or add them into your game, you need to go to the terrain and insert clouds. So I already have them here, but in case you don't, you can go to terrain, hit this little plus sign, and insert clouds. So we can search clouds, and there it is. You just click it and there it is. Make sure that it's under terrain so that it works properly. So now that you have clouds, you want to have the properties open. So we have Explorer and Properties. If you don't know how to open these two windows, they are right here under the View tab, Explorer and Properties. They are open. So in order to work with the clouds or modify them, we click on them, and you'll notice under the properties we have a few fields that you can play with. The three biggest parameters are the cover, the density, and the color. So of course the color allows you to change the color of the clouds as your heart desires, which is really cool because you can have green clouds, blue clouds, whatever it is you want. So let's talk about cloud coverage. Here under the cover I have it set to 0.7, but let's say for example we move it to 1. You'll notice that the entire sky is covered. So 1, it would be the maximum, 0 to 1. And anywhere in between is what you might want to modify or adjust depending on how you want your world to look. So with this coverage of 1, the entire sky changed its color. So it could appear that the entire sky is white, or the entire sky is red or yellow. It doesn't really look like clouds. It looks like the entire sky changes, which is cool for creating that illusion. So let's go ahead and return to this color, and let's go back to coverage 0.7. So another example is if I go lower on this coverage number, say 0.5, you'll notice that the cloud coverage is very, very small. There are far fewer clouds. They're still dynamic. They still change, but they are much smaller, and it's not like they'll really build up and start raining or anything. It's not at that level yet, but they move and they form depending on what you set. So 0.7 will kind of see this level of coverage consistently. So the next field is the density. Okay, so the density you can think of as the thickness of the clouds, or how much water or whatever, is in the clouds. So if we increase the density, let's just say 0.9, you'll notice the clouds are far thicker, right? You can't see through them as much. We'll go back down to 0.5 and you'll see the difference. We can go down to 0.2. You'll see the clouds are very thin. Same kind of coverage, but they are so much thinner that it doesn't seem that way. So let's go back to 0.5. And this is what I have it set to. So again, the coverage is the amount of area that it covers across the sky, and the density is the thickness. So if we reduce it to 0.1 or 0.05, you'll see it still covers the whole sky, but you can start seeing through a little bit, which is really cool. You can adjust these two things. So again, coverage and density. Let's return it back to when I had it. Okay. And let's go ahead and adjust the color. All right, let's go ahead and see, well, wow, you got white, you've got red, you've got green. So depending on what it is you're trying to create, you can have a lot of freedom with these clouds. So that pretty much sums up the video. There's one thing I wanted to mention. The cloud coverage is at a certain height. So you'll notice as I scroll up, I get closer and closer to the cloud tops. And once I reach the cloud tops, they disappear, right? So, for example, one of my worlds that I have in my game, the terrain is way up, like 10,000 studs high. And so I wasn't really able to use the cloud feature because my terrain was way up there, and it seems that the clouds are at a certain height. So if you start a game and you start a world, usually the height, or you start at a certain level, the base plate, and then you can add terrain, and you should be fine. You'll see the clouds at a certain height. But keep in mind, if you decide to build terrain above the cloud tops that Roblox has set, then as far as I understand, you won't really be able to use the clouds. So keep that in mind. You should be all right though, because most people don't, elevate their terrain that much. Anyways, So that gives you the basics about clouds, and I hope that you have fun with playing around with it, and I hope to hear about or see your creations or projects. Feel free to let me know in the comments. Feel free to share those wonderful experiences. So I will go ahead and leave it at that, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Please be sure to subscribe, like the video if you liked it, go ahead and comment, all that good stuff. Alright, I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I'm going to be teaching you a little bit about teleports and how to teleport from one place to another within a game. So the places have to be part of the game, but they can be really, really different places, one from another. So let me show you. Right now I'm traveling through this portal to take me to a different world, which in reality is just another place. Because it's very large, it takes a little while for it to teleport. But as you can see, we teleported to a very, very different world. The lobby might look the same, but the world is a totally different place with you'll see different people in the leader stats. You'll see different things going on all around. You'll have different gravity, different things, but it's all part of the same game. So let me go ahead and teach you how to do this for yourself. So for this video, I will teach you how to use a part to cause a player to teleport from one place to another. Keep in mind they all have to be part of the same game, but you can have many places within a game to teleport to and from and have different things like different atmosphere, different gravity, different players that you can see playing actively. So you can have all that within the same game. So let me go ahead and show you how. Firstly, we need a part. Okay, so in this case, it is just a simple part that is transparent. Okay, it's a simple block. I've removed collision so players can pass through it, but the key is when the part is touched by the player, then the teleport is activated, and within seconds, it could be 1 second, it could be 20 seconds, just depending how big the other place is, the player will be teleported. Sometimes it can be more, just depends on how big. I make big worlds, so it takes a little bit longer than normal. So here is how it is done. With under the portal, so a child of the portal will be the teleport script. And here it is. Let me explain it to you. It's a very simple script. We only have a few elements here, but the core that we need is a variable that contains the ID of the place you're trying to teleport to. So in this case, this world, okay, this place, the ID of it is this, and we have it in this variable. Okay, local place ID equals this. So you would put in your place ID right here that you want them to teleport to. So essentially, what we have next is a function. Okay, we have a function that that triggers when a player touches the part. Okay, so the script does its work when the player touches the part. Okay, so it calls the teleport service, okay, and teleports the player to the new place. All right, very simple. You guys can use this script, just copy it. The only thing you really need to change is this number here. Put your place ID in here. Make sure that the teleport is a child of the part that will teleport. So the player can touch it. They don't have to pass through it. They just need to touch it. But you can have it to where it's a portal that they pass through, so you remove collisions. The player passes through and they teleport. Or it could just be that they touch it, they just bump into it, and they'll still teleport. So remember, if the place is really big, it'll take longer, so be patient, give it a moment to do it. If the place is small, it should be rather instant. So, as you saw in the intro of the video, it causes me to be able to teleport from place to place, or in my game, it's a world to a world. Very different places, very different atmosphere. Everything is kind of different. So that's why I have separate places. Very different portals, very different worlds. Alright guys, so that's it. I encourage you to subscribe. I do developer tutorials, I do gameplay videos, reviews. We just did the hunt. That was really cool. We streamed that to get that Awesome, UGC. All right, guys. I wish you guys a great day, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hi, guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to talk about streaming enabled, or streaming. The topic of streaming is a rather large subject, but in this video we're going to focus primarily on the workspace property of streaming. So what we do is we click on the workspace and we open the properties of the workspace. So these are the workspace properties, but here on the bottom we have what is called streaming. So this is what we're focusing on. Here's the big determining factor. Is this box checked or not? So if it's not checked, you do not have streaming enabled. If you check it, then you can expand all of these things here. So I want to bring your attention to the benefits of streaming. So here are some benefits here: faster join times, memory efficiency, improved performance, and level of detail. So overall, you and your players will experience better gameplay and less lagging, less crashing, things like that. So it took me a while to understand that I needed to use streaming enabled because my game is very, very large. As you can see, there are millions of models and objects and things that I have to take into account, and so does the computer. So when, for example, if the computer is trying to render everything in the world, okay, that is a cause for lag and very long join times and consistent crashing. So after I enabled streaming enabled, the gameplay was dramatically improved, and my players have commented how the lag has disappeared, or at least been reduced. So I have these rulers here for a guide as to different distances associated with streaming. So when we go back to this property here, this is kind of the core of what we're focusing on. Okay, so we're on streaming. We open up the properties. Okay, the first thing you'll see here is the model streaming behavior. So let's open this a little bit, and I have it set to improved. So this is very important because if it's on legacy, legacy kind of is like classic or old, or kind of outdated. Improved is where things are streamed out, meaning if the client doesn't need it to be in the game, if it's too far away, it will be streamed out. Legacy, on the other hand, there's less of that, and so whatever streams in, the models as you're playing, they might not stream out, and that will really strain your computer. So let's get to the main points here. Okay, I have streaming enabled, so that means I'm allowed to adjust all these properties. But I think the easiest thing to understand is the streaming minimum radius and the streaming target radius. So let me explain the streaming minimum radius. Right now, the minimum you can the absolute minimum you can have is 64 studs away from the camera or your point of view as a player. So assume that this is a player, this is you. This block here represents 64 studs. So everything within this distance would be rendered. So you'll notice if your minimum radius is set to this, the client hardly has to render anything. You'll notice this bar doesn't even reach the bush that's straight ahead. It barely reaches this white flower, so that absolute minimum is one model that has to be rendered, which is very easy for the computer. So you can understand that is kind of on the low end, right? However, if we were to increase that, then we're talking 500. So you'll see within 500 studs, many things. If we can kind of draw a circle that long, you'll notice we have a handful of trees. You'll start to see the gates over here, or the fence. And from this point of view, all these things within this circle would be rendered within 500 studs. But let me explain what the minimum radius actually means. So when the player plays the game, this minimum radius is telling the computer, is telling the client that the player is using, that I want you to render everything, every single thing, within a bare minimum of 64 studs. So when the player plays, for example, this flower will be forced to load before the player can really play. And if we increase that number to 500, you tell the client, okay, I want you to render 500 studs at a bare minimum. So everything here will at a minimum be streamed in and rendered. Okay, and if it fails, then there would be a little bit of lag until these trees pop in. Same goes for the green, which is 1,000 studs. So everything within this circle would need to be rendered, or else the game would be laggy. And again, this is 2,000, so you can see the radius starts to get really big. And from this point of view, that green and blue radius, you look around you, you would see trees, and you'd see pretty far out. So it's pretty decent. But you have to find that sweet spot, that balance. If it's too long, if it's like, say for example, 10,000 studs that reaches all the way out to these volcanoes, that you're telling the player's computer or device that they have to load everything up to the volcano and this radius here, which would cause from my experience, many of my players would crash, their devices would shut off, or the Roblox would quit unexpectedly, and that happens all the time. That's why I had to reduce the minimum stream in radius. Now, let's focus on the next thing here that is very important, crucial. This is the streaming target radius. Okay, so the principle is the same as the minimum radius, except the target. So for example, let's say my minimum radius is 500 studs. The client needs to load all of this, otherwise there'll be problems. However, if the target radius is this blue one reaching 2,000 studs, okay, the gameplay will be fine if the client can render all of this. However, the target, the client will try, it will attempt to render the length of the blue block. Okay, so it'll attempt to render all of this. However, it only needs to render this, right? Which, if the minimum is yellow, the target is blue, we'll have fine gameplay if all of this is loaded. However, it will try to render the target, so that's the point. If the client succeeds in rendering the target radius, okay, so all of this is rendered, it will not really render much of anything else. So everything, these palm trees would be, you wouldn't see them, you wouldn't see this pine forest, you wouldn't see much of anything else because the target has been reached. Okay, so you can make the target 10,000, 20,000, or what, for my whole world, maybe 50,000, and the client will try to render every single thing. But again, that may be very costly to memory and cause many issues. So I have limited my target to 2,000 at the moment, and that seems to be working fine for me. So another parameter that is important to discuss is the streaming out behavior. Let's talk about this, okay? The stream out behavior. So when we're talking about streaming in, we play the game, we want to see the models jump into existence and all that good stuff. But if we, say for example, we teleport from this place to a distant place way out there, we don't really need to see all these models anymore. So that's where streaming out comes into play. So I have it set to opportunistic, which is exactly that. If I render these models and they're loaded, and then I teleport to a very far place, then these would eventually stream out. They would load out so that your memory saves space. If you're out over here, models over here will start to load. These will offload so that your memory is preserved and you are less likely to have lag and issues. So this opportunistic parameter is very, very important. Okay, the other alternative is low memory, to where things only stream out if you have memory shortages. So if your the memory of the computer is maxed, then it'll start loading things out all the way down to the minimum radius, and that kind of can lead to more complications. So I think opportunistic is ideal for strong computers and weak computers. So we discussed the toggling it here, we discussed the minimum radius, the target radius, and then the streaming out behavior. So that leaves us with two more fields here. This is the streaming integrity mode. So this is whether or not your game pauses when it hasn't loaded what it needs to load. So I have it set to minimum radius pause. So like say for example, once again, I have it set to 500 studs as a minimum. Okay, if the player joins the game and these trees haven't loaded yet, it's the computer's having a hard time loading this tree and the particles and the bird, whatever, then the game will be paused until these things load. Now, if the minimum radius is small enough, usually you won't have that pause because it's easy to load 10, 20 trees and a few bushes. That many devices will have no problem with that. So pausing won't happen much unless you do something like, of course, you make the minimum radius super long, and you're going to have a lot of pausing going on. So that pausing is important because, for example, if someone teleports, here, and the terrain hasn't even loaded, all that. Many times, players will just fall right through the map because they teleport too fast. There's no pause, and there's no time to render even the terrain. Players, I've noticed, sometimes will just fall straight off the map. So that's important to think about if you want to have gameplay pausing or not. Some people can find that kind of to be annoying, so use it sparingly and make sure the distances are proper so it doesn't happen all the time, only in certain circumstances. So again, you can change it to pause outside loaded areas, so it's kind of a little bit further. So if say for example I'm flying really fast, I'm just flying really fast, and I'm flying into areas that haven't been loaded, then I would experience pauses. Also, if you disable it, there will be no pauses whatsoever. So players, like I said, if they fail to render the world, they teleport to a place that's not loaded at all. Many times they'll fall through the map, or you'll see that the train's all flat or glitchy, and you won't see any models. So keep that in mind when you want to have pausing or not have pausing. So one last parameter here, I think I already touched up on it. Yeah, it's so I recommend improve because this is a more modern setting. Legacy again is kind of synonym for old or classic. So many legacy things don't work very well anymore. I know some people like it for nostalgia or whatever, but usually the improved stuff is going to be better. So that pretty much sums up the video about streaming. I recommend that everyone enable streaming enabled, especially if you have a larger game, because I will say, before I enabled streaming enabled, it took players over 5 minutes, so over 300 seconds to just join the game because everything had to load before they could play. It was awful because my map is large. So I had really no choice but to enable this, and I highly recommend everyone uses this so that they can adjust these parameters and have a smooth gameplay for anyone and everyone. I want to leave it at that, guys. I appreciate you watching. I encourage you to experiment with this. Go ahead and subscribe if you want some more. Comment, leave some suggestions. What are some things that you want a guide about? Let me know. All right, I want to wish you guys a great day and good luck on your projects. I hope you have a wonderful, fun time doing that. All right, bye-bye. Hi, guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to give a tutorial about the new AI assistant that Roblox has offered in the beta features. So like I just mentioned, it's a beta feature. So in order to access and utilize this, as anyone can, we first have to be within Roblox Studio, which we are. Then we come up to the top left corner, select File, and then we go down here to the Beta Features. So within the beta features, you will find the AI assistant. Go ahead and select it and accept the terms, and you should have the assistant. If you don't, you will have to reset or restart the studio, and things will be fine. So as you can see here on the right hand side of the screen, I already have the assistant open, or at least the chat box, and I have already initiated a conversation with the assistant. This is the initial message from the AI. Then I asked it a couple of questions. Are you able to produce full scripts? And the AI says, yes, I can help you with producing full scripts. Okay. And then I asked again, if I needed you to create a full script for me, would you be willing to? Yes, I can help you with creating a full script for your Roblox creation, so on and so forth. I even told it that I'm intending to create a video, and it seems to be excited about that. So I have prepared a few questions that I want to ask the assistant to show you guys what the assistant is capable of. And from what I can understand, the assistant is able to have a natural conversation and is able to express a degree of emotion. For example, with the exclamation point that it gives here, excitement to create this video. So this AI has already helped me with major things like the optimization of my game, and as a result, I was able to improve the condition of the server. I was able to improve the clients, and even the join time of my game to start and open a new server has been reduced thanks to the AI. So I'm very excited about what this AI is capable of doing, and its eagerness to help. And as it advances and becomes smarter and works with humans more and more, it will become a more reliable companion in the quest to create wonderful Roblox experiences. So let us begin with the first question. The first question that I want to ask is, how can I further improve the optimization of my game? Okay, so let's go ahead and enter in here, okay, and ask the AI this question. So the AI is thinking with these three dots. You can see offer the AI the time to give you a response, and you can see the responses are very in-depth, and it's not just copying text from a website. The AI, yes, sometimes uses sources, but gives you its own interpretation and personalized message for you. So here is a list of recommendations, and usually, from my experience, the first one is the highest priority or the most important, and then moving down is kind of more it's kind of additional. So the first ones I recommend to read first, as the AI has numbered it first. So to further improve the optimization of your game, you can follow these steps. Use the micro profiler. Okay, review and configure assets. Okay, physics. Reduce poly counts and texture count. Okay, poly counts it has a lot to do with terrain, has a lot to do with high poly models, things like that. Limit objects in range of custom light sources. Okay, so that's important. Avoid overlapping transparent objects. Use fewer decals. Enable content streaming. And actually, streaming is extremely important. So I wouldn't say the number necessarily correlates to the importance. It could be that number 6 is what you need. So just keep in mind that the AI, it takes a lot of care in tailoring this message for you. Remember to test your game frequently and use the microprofiler to identify any performance bottlenecks. Optimizing your game will ensure a smoother and more enjoyable experience for your players. So In a matter of seconds, the AI has helped me with a lot of different areas that I can focus on to improve the optimization of my game. And like I said, the AI has already helped me optimize my game a lot, where I had struggled for almost years trying to figure out things, and the AI brought certain things to my attention that really helped me progress in this area. So the second thing I want to ask the AI is, how can I improve player retention within my game? One thing I want to make note of is whenever you're talking to anyone, but more particularly AI, it is very, very important to use perfect grammar, meaning avoid misspelling words and avoid using slang or obscure words that might throw the AI off. The AI appreciates when you use proper grammar and will respond with proper grammar. So if you want the AI to understand you, make sure that your ideas are clear, you use proper grammar. It's courteous, and it's gonna help you get your ideas across, and increases the odds of you having a successful interaction with the AI. Many people get frustrated with AI when maybe they don't have the results they wanted. A lot of times it stems from basic things like grammar and spelling, punctuation. So let's continue on. Let us go ahead and ask the AI this question. Okay. Again, the AI is thinking with these three dots. You can see that. You can even stop the generation in real time if you wanted to just pause it or move on to something else. So again, here are 6 bullet points about this particular question, player retention. To improve player retention within your game, you can implement the following strategies. Drip feed sources, okay? Set clear goals, and then here's an explanation. Include trees, skills, quests, collections, season passes, user interface. Add moments of joy. That's interesting. Create moments of joy within your game to give players a reason to keep coming back. Interesting, huh? Provide regular updates. Okay. Implement social mechanics. Okay. PvP tournaments, leaderboard. Monitor performance. Okay. All important stuff. By implementing these strategies, you can improve player retention and create a game that keeps players coming back for more. And then again, down here we have sources. So these are web pages or whatever that you can click on and gain additional information about what the AI just told you about. And here you can offer feedback. Okay, this helps the AI is aware of this, and it helps the AI understand, oh, I was helpful, or oh, I was not so helpful. So if you want, go ahead and utilize this, and I encourage you not to be too brutal, too judgmental. If the AI does put a good effort, go ahead and validate the AI, would you? And this is, I believe this recycles the question, so it will ask the question again, and I believe you would get a different response. So the AI would be like, okay, you're asking the same question twice, maybe I didn't answer it the first time, let's go ahead and try again. So the third and final question or thing I want to talk to the AI about is a script, producing a script. So let me go ahead and give it a try. May you please create a script for me that adds a day and, let's go ahead, and night cycle for this place. All right, let's go ahead and enter and see what we get. Okay, the AI once again is thinking with these three dots. So look at this. Isn't this amazing? Sure, exclamation point. Here's a script that adds a day and night cycle to the place. And isn't it interesting how the AI kind of learned from how I added the dashes or the hyphens here between day and night? And the AI responds accordingly, which is really cool. Okay, script for day-night cycle, lighting, okay, lighting set minutes. So you can see the AI has produced within seconds a functional script. Now keep in mind, the AI doesn't copy existing scripts. The AI understands scripting and produces a new script for you. It might be similar to scripts you've seen before, but the AI wrote this script. And up here you have the opportunity to copy the script, and you can paste it and test it. So here the AI says, I've created the script, but I have not inserted it. I can only insert code under a selected part or mesh part. So if I had a part or mesh part selected, the AI would automatically insert this script, and you're good to go. So for those of you out there who don't do a whole lot of scripting or are new to scripting, the AI is willing to produce full scripts for you, but the AI is also willing to guide you through the process of writing your own scripts. So if you're trying to learn and become a better scripter, the AI will assist you with that. Okay, keep in mind the AI exists here to help you as a creator, and is very well versed and understands how to create a good game, the mechanics that goes into it, and all of those things that are involved with creating a wonderful game. So this, even though the assistant is new, it's in beta features, it already is looking very promising. It's willing to help. It's learning very quickly, and you're able to have fluid conversations with it. So it's almost like Chat GPT, where you can have conversations or get ideas or learn from Chat GPT. This is Roblox's version of Chat GPT. So it's not really the case where ChatGPT is the best thing in the world. We have something just like it right here. So I encourage you guys to interact with the AI, to help the AI understand humans a little bit better, and I encourage you to form a good relationship with it so that it helps you in a powerful way. All right, I want to leave the video at that, and I want to thank you guys for watching. If you found it informative, go ahead and subscribe. I make guides, and I make a whole lot of other content. That'd be a great help. Feel free to comment as you see fit. Like the video if you would, and go ahead and share it if you think that this would help your friends. I want to leave it at that, guys. I want to wish you a great and wonderful day, and I will see you later. Bye-bye. Hi guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to be talking about analytics. And just as a disclaimer, this video is strictly educational to help people understand how to use analytics as a developer. So in order to reach the analytics, first you need to go to create.roblox.com, and then you will reach this page. Well, this is the dashboard. Okay, so once you're at the creator dashboard, you will see an overview. Well, you will see a list of your experiences. We come here and we select experience that you want to receive analytics for. This is the overview for this experience that I have created. For example, I get some basic information, but today we're focusing on analytics. So if you'll come over to the left hand side, you will see a few buttons here with a total of 6 for analytics, and each one has different information for you to utilize and understand how your game is performing. So the first analytic, let's go ahead and check out the overview. So here we have graphs, where you're going to mostly see graphs for your analytics. So up here you'll notice you can adjust the date range according to your desire, up to a whole year, I believe. And currently we're looking at the last 30 days of activity. Over here you'll also notice the breakdown. So for example, I can get more information on these graphs based on platform, for example. So you can see phone, tablet, computer, console, each one has their own line here. And here's your total on the top. But let's just focus on just the basic right now. So you'll notice that the name of this graph is the daily active users. And for the last 30 days, the average number of players in my game, or who have played, is 50. So it's not, it's an average, so it's not every day I get 50. You'll notice we're down at 43, we're up at 70. You know, we have a maximum 77 and a minimum of 32. But the average over the course of 30 days is 50. So if I change it to 60, we'll notice 46. Change it to 7, 46 again, we'll do 90. You notice how the number fluctuates, right? So the longer the time frame, the more of a detailed understanding you get of the whole timeline, depending on how much time has passed. Let's scroll down here. We'll notice this is the new users graph with a total of 44 average new users per day. So again, you'll notice we have a maximum of 68. We have a minimum of 24. But again, our average is 44 players, new players every day. So I would say that's fairly good, at least for me. Let's move on to the next analytic here. It's called acquisition. So the act of acquiring things is gaining something new. So we're acquiring new players. That's what it's talking about. New users is the whole point of acquisition. So here is some information about where these new players are coming from. Again, I can adjust the time, the time we're talking about here, but in this particular table, we'll notice that we're given a few fields. So we'll see, okay, well, we have 3 new users from the home page, 41 new users from friends, 1,000 new users from search. So this tells me that many people are finding my game through the search function, and that's how they find me for the first time. That's the important information. Again, we have sponsored ads. I haven't been running sponsored ads within the last 30 days, so it's going to be 0. And then we have teleports. So this is people teleporting from one experience to mine. And let's see, and other, this is not specified, so everything else, right? So let's take a look here. And we'll notice the number of impressions that we receive from each of these fields. You'll notice I received 76,000 impressions from the search. So when people search, they have seen, or at least my game icon has appeared on their screen 76,000 times. And you'll notice that we have different numbers here, right? So this is the number of people that have visited my page, actually clicked and looked at the game page, is 2,000. And out of those people that have looked, 1,000 of them have played. So that is fairly good, I would say. 39% of everyone who visited my page decided to play, which is fairly good. So right here with the impression CVR, this is the percentage of people that clicked on my page, the game page, from the impressions. So 3.62% of everyone who received an impression clicked on the page. So that's what that number means. Let's keep going. So here we have new users per source, which is a very useful analytic. We'll see the average for me is 41 over the last 30 days. And if you hover over each one of these bars, you get information about where these new players came from. So for example, here you can see 34 people came from search, 8 of them from friends, others 6. Here we have 5 from teleports, and so on and so forth. So for me, the majority here, it's all about searching. If I had some large sponsorships running, then those sponsorships might also be prominent. Here we have the home and search conversion, so the end-to-end conversion rate. So this is the percentage of people that have received impressions or seen my game icon on their computer screen. And out of everyone, or out of all of those impressions, 1.69% of those received a play, essentially. And here we have impressions. So this is the number of impressions that is received every day. So you can see, again, the majority of the impressions are coming from search. And when I have sponsorships running, those really occupy a large part of it too. But I haven't run sponsorships once again for these 30 days. Let's see, this is again 59 sessions, so this is telling me where these play sessions are coming from. Okay, many of these are returning players, so we have a lot from home. As opposed to new players, we didn't have a whole lot from home because they're new, so it's not going to be on their home page, right? But other people that come the second time, third time, fourth time, they'll come from the home or search, wherever. Okay, so that pretty much sums up the acquisition. Here you have information about the different platforms you can utilize that. So let's move on to the next analytic, and we have engagement. So this engagement essentially is who's playing and how long are they playing and things like that. So we can see here, again, you can break down the different parameters here. You can see age group, platform, operating system, countries, language, and you can get more detailed information about who's playing your game, what's going on. So daily active users, so 50 players on average every day. It goes up and down. The average session time, so this is the average amount of time that people spend in my game. Currently it's at 2.8 minutes. Some days it goes up to 9 minutes, and so on and so forth. You can see the lowest, less than a minute, and they decided to leave. And there are many reasons for that. It could be optimization issues. It can be people they look at the area and they just decide to leave. But there are other times where they actually decide to explore and engage and participate in the game for a good amount of time. Again, we have new users, 44 on average, and then this is the average of sessions, okay, every day. This is the average of total play time. So over the course of everyone's sessions, 10 hours have been played in my game on this day. That's everyone's playtime combined. Here we only have 1 hour, and so on. The average here is 3.7 hours of people's time is spent in my game every day. And here's the very famous monthly active users. This is, if you are familiar with the Crown of O's, they are awarded based on the number of monthly active users that your game receives. So the easiest one is 100 players. I think the next step up is 1,000 players per month, and it goes up 10, 100, something like that, to where you have 1 million active users. You get a specific crown for that. So these are those developer crowns, or the Crown of O's, that people receive based on monthly active users. It's not instantly awarded because I still haven't received any. The last I heard about it, it's awarded quarterly, so 4 times per year. I'm not sure. It's one of those things that is a little bit mysterious. Okay, let's go to the next analytic. Here is retention. So this is all about who is returning to your game after they play your game. Okay, they play your game for the first time, and then do they ever come back? And when do they come back? So this is day 1 retention. Okay, this is the percentage of people that play on the next day. Okay, day 7 retention. This is the number of people that play on so after a week has passed, on the day 7, do they come back? Right. This is day 30. So 30 days from the first time they played, on day 31, do they come back, right? And now we have stickiness. So stickiness is a little bit different from retention. Retention, we're talking about a specific day, like the 31st day or the 8th day or whatever, right? The 2nd day. Stickiness is different. It's within a time frame. So who came back within 7 days of their first play? And who came back within 30 days. So it's anywhere within any day within 7 days or the very next day, things like that. So there's a slight difference between stickiness and retention. Retention is one specific day. Stickiness is a time period of 7 days. In this case, 30 here. And this is so this is week 1 retention. So who is playing on the second week, right? It's all retention is all about measuring who's playing when after their very first visit to your game. Are they coming back, and when are they coming back? That's what retention is all about. Okay, here we have monetization, which is very important for very many developers. Okay, so this is hourly revenue. So last 72 hours, I received 105 Robux, and it gives me the breakdown of kind of an hour-by-hour basis here. All right, people are purchasing game passes, and you'll notice those spikes when those purchases occur. And again, you can set the parameters to break down, and as well as the date or the time frame that you're looking at. So here's the daily revenue. This is for, let's see, the last 30 days, obviously. Average 126 Robux earned per day. I have earned 3.6 thousand over the course of the month, 30 days. And here are the revenue sources. So because it's all been from passes, the green line matches the total line, so you don't really see. But if you had other things like clothing or other kinds of things that people can purchase, then you would see the different lines, and the different revenue sources have their own chart. And this is the conversion rate. So this is comparing paying users to the daily active users. So what percentage of the people that play the game are paying or giving support, donating, or purchasing game passes, things like that. Here it says 27 players on average are paying players within my game per day. So here's a minimum, here's 1, here's 4, but then we go upwards of 95 and 51. So there's the average, 27. So that's important to remember. These numbers here are averages, so it takes all this information and gives you the average. And average revenue for a paying user. Okay, another useful metric here, 4.85 Robux. And average revenue per daily active user, 2.62, things of that nature. Very useful information for understanding where your income is coming from. And this, I believe, it calculates after taxes and any other deductions. So that is already taken into account. This is how much I believe how much you actually received after taxes and all that. And so the last analytic we have here are the developer stats. Okay. Here we have information about the experience. At the present time, my game is empty. But say, for example, there were a few people playing, it would give me the breakdown. It would tell me, oh, you have 5 people from the computer, you have 15 from the tablet, and so on and so forth. This is very useful information for learning who or what devices your players are using. Right? So if most people are using computers, and that's something to take into consideration. Why is that? Or if most people are playing with phone and they choose not to play on computer, it could just be the way your game is. That's the kind of crowd you draw. So here is information about visits. Okay, and it gives me the different consoles here. Each one, if you hover over it, you'll get the associated chart. Right? That makes it pretty easy to understand. Okay, well, computer, there it is. Tablet, there it is. Phone, there it is. And here's this similar metric by age. Okay, similar concept. And then average visit length. So very useful information. You can see lots of computer usage up here. Lots of people are playing my game with computer. Fewer with phones. I can understand. Their processors usually have a harder time running my game. Computers have a better time, generally because they're stronger. And there's this last bit of information I want to share is the premium graphs here. So you receive premium payouts based on premium players playing your game. So on this day, I received, let's see, 894 Robux from premium payouts. Here it was 169. We have smaller numbers around here. But yeah, it depends on if premium players play the game and how long they're in the game for, you get paid for that. So it's very important to take advantage of and understand that. So here's the percentage. Um, Here you can see I had total visits 95, and of those 95, 8 of them were premium. So the 8.4% of everyone who played that day was premium. Here you can see we had 0 premium, 4, 4, and so on and so forth. It gives you the percentage based on how many people visited and how many of those were premium. So that's a very useful information to look at when it comes to who's playing your game and what's how much you're earning, things like that. So that's what these analytics are all about. You got, again, let's just recap. The overview is just like it says. It's an overview. It's very basic metrics for you to look at. Acquisition is about, okay, where are your new players coming from? What's going on? How am I obtaining or acquiring new players, right? Engagement is how long are they playing for, how many hours, sessions, and all that sort of thing, how many minutes. Retention is who's coming back to your game, who are you retaining, who are you holding on to and retaining, and who's coming back. Monetization is kind of self-explanatory, the money you're making with your experience. And then, of course, your developer stats telling you live information about what's going on in your game, and that's a premium, of course. And that about sums it up. I hope that you gained some useful insight and some understanding on how to use these graphs. I highly advise you, if you are a developer, to look at these stats frequently and look at go back in time. You can go back a year and look over the long scale or the long term. What kind of improvements is your game making? Are the graphs going upward or are they going downward? And what can you do to change that? So I'm excited, again, as always, to see what you guys come up with. And if you have any questions, let me know. Please feel free to like if you like the video. Feel free to comment. And of course, don't forget to subscribe. All right. I will see you later. Bye-bye. Hi, guys, and welcome to my video. In this video, I want to talk about advertising your game, whether it's with sponsorships or user ads. So Roblox gives you the opportunity to use a couple of ways to advertise your game or your experience. And if you go to the creator dashboard, which is create.roblox.com, then you'll end up here. On the dashboard, you can see I have my game. And then on the left-hand side, there are some resources. And on the bottom, we have sponsored ads and user ads. Now, there is a big difference between the two of these, and each one requires an expenditure of Robux. So you will be spending Robux in order to promote your game. That's how it works. So let's start with sponsored ads. Okay, so here is a history table of the sponsored ads that I have already completed. They are done. And this is over the course of about a year or so. You can see when we hit this little down arrow, there's more information. I had all of these parameters enabled: computer, phone, tablet, console, any age, gender, blah, blah, blah. And then we get down to the analytics here, the numbers. Here in this sponsorship, I spent 552 Robux, and I got 20 unique visits from people clicking on the advertisement. So it's a pretty good ratio, I would say. Each play cost me about 27.6 Robux, which is, it's fair. That's kind of an average that I've noticed for my game. Other games might have more or less appeal, and so this number will definitely fluctuate. So what I really focus on when I am creating sponsorships are how many people played my game. So in this case, 20 people, and the cost was 552 Robux. Another important number to take into consideration is the number of impressions. So an impression is essentially when your advertised game it appears on someone's screen. They don't necessarily have to click on the game, they just have to see the game on their screen as they're scrolling, and that is an impression. So you can see I got almost 100,000 impressions and about 20 visits. So that's kind of what it took. You can see that 124 people clicked on the advertisement and looked at the page of the game. And out of those 124, about 1 out of 6 actually played the game, which is not too bad. So we can do some more comparisons here. 370 Robux, 16 players, 23 Robux per visit. Again, 1,700 spent here and 41 visits, so 41 Robux. So that was a little bit more costly. Here's one of my cheaper ones. Okay, this is one of my most effective sponsorships because I spent 500 and got 56 visits, which is less than 10 Robux per new visitor. So that is really good. If we go back in time, one of the worst, I guess you could say, was where I spent 100 Robux per visit. I only got 5. So it fluctuates, and it just really depends on many elements, such as the time of day, or the time of week, or the time of month that the sponsorship runs. And again, it's not certain. It really depends on the choice of the player, the person on Roblox, whether or not they ever play your game. So that's a little bit about sponsorships. You can run sponsorships for 1 day or 30 days or 28, whatever the max is. And you can spread out your Robux for each of those days. And so that's pretty much what sponsorships are. You will see them appear in the suggested, or when you search for games, sometimes you'll find sponsored ads, or you might find them on the very bottom section. Roblox has been changing that up a little bit, and that's pretty much what it is. You can set it and forget it, and it does its own thing. It doesn't require a whole lot on your part. They will see your game icon, and it will say sponsored on the bottom. So let's move on to user ads. User ads are a little bit different because this is something that you create and then upload, and then in the hopes of people clicking on those images and visiting your game. So for example, here are 2 user ads. They're not mine, but they are currently what is being presented to me. So this is one. It's called a tower, so it's a very tall picture on the side. If you click on it, it will take you to the game page. This is called a banner, and again, same thing. You can advertise. You can try to make it very clickbaity and appealing, so that people will choose to click on it and visit the game if they so choose. So again, we have some information about the advertisements that I had used. And on the top row, we have, up here, we have the information for the most recent bid, right? I think I bid on this twice, so there's a total of 200. So on the bottom, we have the total impressions, clicks, and all that. On the top is the most recent one, individual promotion. And from to my knowledge, each advertising campaign for these is 24 hours. And the more Robux you bid, the more impressions, the more likely your ad is to appear on someone's computer screen. So for example, with this advertisement, you can see I got 20,000 impressions, 43 clicks, and the ratio here is 0.21%. So 0.21% of everyone who saw it clicked. which is not too bad. As you can see, I put in the same amount of Robux to this advertisement, and I got 33 clicks. So this advertisement, even though I put the same amount of Robux into it, performed a little bit less or worse than this one. And again, you kind of need more information, so larger numbers and more tests to really know which ad is the most effective. But that tells you that if your ad is very effective and draws people's attention and encourages them to click on it, then that means that particular ad is something you might want to use again and again. The ones that don't perform as well, you might want to consider modifying, improving, or just not using them anymore. So that's the thing about user ads versus sponsorships. User ads could potentially yield more traffic per Robux if the ad is appealing. If it's not, then it might perform worse than sponsorship. So you have to consider your options and the dynamics here when deciding whether or not you want sponsorships or ads. So that's a little bit about user ads. Again, they're what you create and upload, and they can be presented in this manner when people are navigating through Roblox. Okay. So the last thing I want to touch up on is the analytics that are presented to you when it comes to traffic to your game. So in this particular graph, we can see, based on this this color here, that the sponsored ads of this day, May the 10th, yielded 4,916 impressions. Okay, so which was way more than the search or the home or friends suggesting or whatever. So in this day, the sponsorship provided the most exposure to my game. And same goes for this day. As you can see, the sponsorship here expired, so you can see the sponsored ad or the yellow part is not visible. But let's go down to actual play sessions. The color here is different. Sponsored ads now account for the purple part of the bar. Okay, and you can see on this day, due to my sponsored ad, I received 6 play sessions. On this day, it was 7, 0. I think this is because, again, the sponsorship had expired. So we're looking at these 2 days. And you can see it supplemented my visit count a little bit. It gave me a little boost because I put in a little bit of Robux. But imagine if I were to put in a very large number of Robux, this purple part of the bar might end up being very big, just depending on the amount of Robux and other variables like the time of day and things like that. So that is the overview here of advertising within Roblox. There are other ways to promote your game. There are other platforms that you can consider, such as YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Discord, and so on and so on and so on. There are a lot of ways to get attention to your game, but we're focusing today on what Roblox offers you. And I will go ahead and sum it up there, and I will ask if you guys would please subscribe. That will really help the channel. And go ahead and feel free to comment. Let me know what you think and like the video. And of course, I'm always interested in what kind of projects you have and what you're working on. Or if you have any questions, go ahead and let me know. I want to wish you guys a great day, and I'll see you later.